Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
Good evening, Burbank community, fellow council members, city staff, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and most important, everybody. Good evening and welcome to a city council meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, the 24th, 2021. During the current state of emergency due to COVID-19 and in the interest of public health and safety, the public will not be able to physically attend today's meeting. In lieu of in-person attendance, the city is providing alternatives for viewing and participating in city council meetings. Will everybody please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent. Glad to be here today. Please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Councilmember Schultz?
Present.
Councilmember Springer?
Here.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Present.
And Mayor Frutos.
Excited and happy to be here.
Thank you.
There will be one period of general public comment this evening. If you would like to participate, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in the queue until we begin public comment. We have one announcement this evening regarding the upcoming recall election on September 14th. I would like to turn this over to our city clerk, who's got the up-to-date information. Ms. Mullins, can you please update the community?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to remind everyone that the ballots for the recall election should have been received hopefully by now. They started going out August 16th. All registered voters should have been receiving it. If not, I'll give them some information. They need to contact the Los Angeles County Register Recorder Clerk directly at 1-800-815-2666 or go online under lavote.net. Also, August 30th is the last day to register to vote for this recall election. If you have changed your name or become a citizen or you have moved, I highly encourage that you need to go online under lavote.net and re-register to vote, and they will be sending the ballots out. For voter registration cards, we have them available at the city clerk's office, and they're also at the libraries, and they can always do it online at lavote.net. We have 24 hours vote by mail drop boxes. They will be open on Monday, August 16th, so they have been open, and there will be 24-hour vote by mail drop boxes available at the following locations: the Burbank City Hall, Buena Vista Library, George Izey Park by the Jocelyn Adult Center, and Ralph Foy Park. On Election Day, all drop boxes will be closed at 8 p.m. The vote centers are located at the following locations: Buena Vista Library, and we have a screen that was highlighting all the locations. There, Buena Vista Library, Robert Gross Park, Multipurpose Room, ACF Bashir Medrosian Youth Center, and Burbank High School. There's 11-day and 4-day early voting sites are also available throughout the county. And to track the ballot, for those that would like to see if their ballots was received or not, they can go on california.ballottracks.net/voter/. And one last reminder is the September 14 recall election is being conducted by Los Angeles County. Therefore, any questions or concerns regarding the election, they should be directed to LA County at 800-815-2666, or go visit lavote.net, or you can call the city clerk's office. We're happy to direct them to the right place. Our number is 818-238-5851. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good evening, Mr. City Manager. Do you have anything to report to the community this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I actually have two items. The first item, I'd like to call up our police captain, Travis Irving, to provide an update on the recent arrests and criminal filings related to the tragic accident on Glen Oaks recently, as well as some of the mitigation measures we've taken with traffic for the start of the school year.
Good evening, Captain, and welcome to our meeting.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos. Also, good evening, Vice Mayor Talamontes, council members Springer, Anthony, and Schultz. My name is Travis Irving. I'm a captain with the police department. I oversee the investigations division. I'm here tonight to provide an update regarding the investigation that resulted from the collision on August 3rd that resulted in the tragic loss of 3 lives and serious injuries to another young adult. Last week, investigators from our department presented the case to the LA County District Attorney's Office. After reviewing the case, the district attorney filed 3 counts of murder and 1 count of reckless driving against the adult driver of the Kia. He's a 19-year-old Hamlet Agajanian. At the same time, an arrest warrant was issued for Mr. Agajanian. The following day, which was last Thursday, the 19th, Mr. Agajanian turned himself in to the Burbank Police Department. Investigators booked him for those charges at our station, and he was actually arraigned this week. Monday, he had his arraignment. He remains in the custody of the sheriff until his next court appearance, which is scheduled for October 6th. Burbank investigators on the same day also arrested the 17-year-old driver of the black Mercedes. Legally, we cannot release his name, so I won't be doing that. The minor was arrested for 3 counts of murder and 1 count of reckless driving. He was then taken to the Silmar Detention Center, where he's been detained. As of yesterday, we received confirmation from the Juvenile Division of the District Attorney's Office that they were filing 3 counts of murder and 1 count of reckless driving against the minor. He's, as far as I know, still in custody and will be there until at least this Friday when he has his next scheduled court date.
Great.
In closing, I'd like to remind the public that the police department has not and will not tolerate the type of behavior that led to this tragic incident. Going forward, as we have in the past, we continue to aggressively enforce all traffic violations and make concerted efforts to have an impact on the driving of the citizens and visitors to the city. Specifically, we've increased our presence at the schools, which recently went back into session. We continue to do targeted enforcement for speeding in specific areas of the city. The motor officer schedules have been adjusted to later in the evening so that they can address the issues that go on until the evening and early nighttime hours. Patrol officers have been focused on traffic enforcement to include the use of LiDAR, which is basically a laser way of monitoring speeds, and they use that for doing speed enforcement. We're sending out some additional officers to get LiDAR trained to complement the cadre of people we have now doing that. We've started running enforcement details on the weekends to combat the driving issues that we experience over the weekend. And in the future, the department will be making traffic safety and street racing presentations at the high schools, and that's in accordance with an Office of Traffic Safety grant that we have. So that's what I have for you this evening.
Great, thank you for the update. Thank you for the hard work. Council members, if there is no pressing question, Councilmember Schultz, you have a question? This is not a discussion, it's not on the agenda, but if you have a pressing short question.
No. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand we can't comment on an active criminal case. Thank you, Captain. You answered everything I was going to ask entirely. Thank you.
Great.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last item I had was I'd like to have our Burbank Water and Power General Manager, Don Lindell, to provide an update on the state water issues that we're all facing and talk a little bit about what we're doing.
Good evening, ma'am, and welcome to our council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hess. Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and esteemed council members, good evening. I want to take just a few minutes to thank the citizens of Burbank who, since August 13th, 2016, have perpetually watered their lawns at Stage 1 of the city's Sustainable Water Use Ordinance. At Stage 1, Burbank citizens can water 3 days per week all year. This 5-year commitment has enabled Burbank to significantly contribute to exceeding the state's water conservation goals. In fact, the recent resolution in the city of Glendale to move to their Stage 2 watering restrictions moves them to 3 days per week all year, exactly where we have already been for 5 years. Most of the counties in the state are in a severe drought, and Metropolitan Water District has asked us to voluntarily reduce, has asked all communities to voluntarily reduce. Burbank Water and Power will be coming to council at the September 14th meeting to seek authorization to move to Burbank Stage 2. At our Stage 2, we will continue to water 3 days per week through October, and then we'll reduce even further to 1 day per week of watering from November through March. We will also be requesting authorization to move to Stage 3 should the drought worsen and specific conditions be met. In that way, we can rapidly move to Stage 3 if necessary. At Stage 3, we reduce watering to 2 days per week, April through October, and 1 day per week, November through March. We will cover those conditions and those requests on September 14th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for informing the public and the council. We have 2 presentations on the agenda this evening. First is an update from the Burbank Sister City Committee. Joining us virtually is Board Chair, Mr. James Callahan, and students Nicole and Ayan. Thank you for being here with us this evening. Welcome to our council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Frutos. Good evening, council members. My name is James Callahan, and I'm the president of the Burbank Sister City Committee. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you this evening and update you on our past activities and our future opportunities. Since the 1960s, the city of Burbank began official affiliation with 4 different cities throughout the world. In 1960, we affiliated with Solna, Sweden, 1961, Incheon, Korea, and in 1975, Gaborone, Botswana, and finally in 1984 with Ota, Japan. To promote these partnerships, the Burbank Sister City Committee strives to stimulate cultural and educational exchanges through community volunteers. Each year, we send a group of 12 high school students from different Burbank high schools, along with 2 chaperones, to Incheon, Korea, or alternately to Ota, Japan. And each year, Burbank families host 12 students and 2 chaperones from either Incheon or Ota. Tonight, I would like to introduce 2 of our student members, Nicole Reardon and Ian Paredes. They would like to share with you some of their own experiences with the Burbank Sister City Committee. And I want to thank you. And Nicole? You ready, Nicole?
Yes. Hello, council members and City Hall staff. Thank you very much for having me tonight. In July 2019, I had the privilege of being part of the delegation to travel to Incheon, Korea and host students from Ota, Japan. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about that experience. After we completed our several months of orientation leading up to the trip, we stayed with host families in Korea for 2 weeks, and the city planned day trips for us every weekday, which ranged from a traditional Buddhist temple to an amusement park with roller coasters. So we really got a wide variety of experiences. And our host families at night and on the weekends got to show us their own favorite parts of the city, which helped us all to bond. One of my favorite experiences by far was when my host family took me to a cave with a spectacular light show inside. And then after our return home, about a week later, our delegation arrived from OTA, and we hosted those students and chaperones in our homes. The trips we went on in Southern California were also incredibly enriching for all of us because we got to experience places that we never had before, like the Japanese American Museum, but also we got to see places like Zuma Beach, where everyone has been, through their eyes and get an entirely new perspective. And even now, after 2 years, all of us still follow and interact with our host siblings on social media, and we all just support them and keep up with what they're doing. I know some of us are studying Korean in school, and some of us exchange birthday cards and packages with the people we stayed with or who stayed with us. And it's just been such a wonderful experience for me and for all of us that continues to positively affect our lives. Thank you so much.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Ayan, and I am a senior at John Burroughs High School. As a new member, I am extremely excited and optimistic for the future. I found out about this program through friends at my high school and knew immediately that I would want to apply. This program is a great opportunity, especially for high school students, to travel internationally and experience different cultures and people. Through this program, I have learned a lot, from the temples of Kyoto to the fascinating beauty of Japan's nature. The Sister City program has also provided new possibilities and connections for the students. For example, I participated in the Sister City International Young Artists and Authors Showcase. In this showcase, people from all over the world submit pieces of art and music to be evaluated and celebrated. I am a musician, and I submitted my own original piece and won second place in the musicians category. It was an amazing experience that made me feel connected with other artists around the world. Overall, the Burbank Sister City program is a valuable link and connection to other countries and provides unique opportunities for students. I have grown a lot from this program, and I know that future students will learn many things by participating in the Burbank Sister City program. Applications for this year and other information will be available soon at burbanksistercity.com. Thank you.
Mr. Callahan?
Yes.
Any other final closing words for your presentation?
Just that we have a bunch of wonderful parents and host families and a great group of students, and we're looking for more students. We send out the word through our high schools to get new members, and everything is coordinated through our central library. So we have a great team at the library that keeps things moving, and we're very fortunate to have your support from the council and just the general support of the Burbank community. It's a really wonderful program.
Well, we on the council want to give a heartfelt thank you to the board and most important to the students for making this program alive during these last 19 months with all the setbacks and everything. But we all on the council appreciate the commitment of the parents to keep this program alive, give our students this very unique opportunity. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts on this council. Councilmember Anthony, just a comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was able to attend their most recent meeting just a couple weeks ago. And I'll tell you, the kids who went through this program, they're very excited to get the program back. They want other kids to have the opportunity to go through this experience. I can't tell you how excited they were. They were just beaming with enthusiasm about this. So it is such a wonderful system that we've got set up here. So yeah, I do hope it comes back.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to share an experience I had back in 2011 when I was mayor. I was invited by the Incheon mayor to come to Incheon and celebrate our 50 years of sisterhood. So I was very honored. And I got to go through Incheon, obviously, got to tour the city. So I was very honored, and I continue to support sister cities and this committee here in Burbank. And thank you for all your work you do and your board as well. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Mr. Callahan.
Thank
Okay,
you, Mr. Mayor.
council members and community, our next presentation is an update from the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority. We are joined by Executive Director, Mr. Frank Miller, as well as Airport Commissioners, Mr. Don Brown. Now, I did get a last-minute email that possibly Mr. Bud Overham will not be in this meeting. Oh, no, I don't see him, but he will not be in this meeting, but he did notify me something came up that he had to take care of. And Ms. Emily Gable-Letty. Thank you for attending tonight's meeting, everybody. And Mr. Miller, I would like you to please begin the presentation, sir, and welcome to our council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleased to be here this morning to give you an update about the airport. And if I could get my presentation pulled up on the screen, please. Thank you. If we go to the next slide, please. In April of 2020, the airport experienced the full impact of the COVID-19 pandemic with a 97% reduction in the number of passengers. In March of 2021, we began to see a recovery of passengers at our airport. Predominantly, it's the leisure traveler. And in our industry, we really don't expect to see much of the business traveler coming back soon, but are optimistic that they will soon follow. We also expect it to be a slow return, not quite as fast as what we have been experiencing with the leisure traveler. Next slide, please. On a financial basis, as we've been working for the last 15 to 19 months, we have been able to pass balanced budgets at the airport. There have been no employee furloughs or reduction of employee benefits throughout the pandemic, and all of the debt obligations of the airport have been met. Now, this has been achieved through a combination of efforts. The federal stimulus support was clearly a major factor for us. The airport over the pandemic received about $50 million total in support from the federal government. But we also did some reductions in our expenses. In the first year, our budget went down 14%. We followed that with a reduction in expenses the following year as well. It also included the suspension of capital programming. And one of those projects, of course, was the terminal replacement project, which I'll be talking about this evening. Next slide, please. The replacement passenger terminal building, just to do a little history on this, the development agreement between the airport and the city of Burbank was passed overwhelmingly in November of 2016 by a 70% yes vote. Once that measure was approved, the DA approval required a 90-day post-election standstill. So there wasn't anything that the airport could do to move forward for those 90 days. But since the DA went into effect in February of 2017, the airport has been moving forward or had been moving forward very aggressively with the project. We obtained a memorandum of understanding with the FAA for funding the environmental impact study for the terminal. We completed a concept validation report of the preferred site. We procured an EIS consultant under the FAA regulations. Even though the consultant reported directly to the FAA, the consultant was selected by the FAA. The airport served as the conduit to make the payments from the federal grant to that company. We also completed a human health risk assessment of the preferred site. And after some negotiations with the FAA to address their concerns of not moving too far ahead of the EIS process, we completed a 6-month public charrette process that allowed us to meet with citizens, not only in Burbank, but also Glendale, Pasadena, and LA, to get their sense of what they would like to see with the new terminal building. We've also been identifying all possible sources of financing, and that's an ongoing issue for us as we deal with the federal government and look for all sources of revenue that can be applied to this project. We also obtained the approval of our commission for a delivery method called the Progressive Design Build Approach. After we were going through all of those efforts, the project came to a stop, was placed on hold in March of 2020 due to the pandemic and our uncertainty of the financial impact that we would have at the airport. Discussions with the airlines restarted in January of 2021, and the FAA has issued an EIS and record of decision, and that was done in May of 2021. Our restart objective is completion of the program at the earliest possible time. And the restart objective required the commission concurrence, which happened yesterday at a special meeting, airline concurrence, and we have the commitment of the airlines for this re-engagement. And we will also re-engage the program manager, and that information will be going to our commission at their meeting in September, which is the 20th of September. Excuse me. The restart approach is consistent with the replacement passenger terminal program objectives and financial requirements, and it is consistent with parameters specified in the development agreement, the EIR and the EIS. The support of the airlines has been provided to us in a letter, and it states that the airlines agree with the alternative approach to restarting the program. They will now reconvene their technical committee and will actively participate in the design and development process in a timely manner. Next slide, please. We have been putting out information recently to identify really what the elements of this program are. When we first came up with our budget for this program, it surprised a lot of people. It was $1.2 billion. And we are now taking the approach and are being very proactive and letting people know that that $1.2 billion is not just for a terminal building. The project components consist of what we call landside, everything in front of the terminal building. That includes utilities, infrastructure, gas, electric, water and sewer, roadways, parking facilities, both for the public and the employees at the airport, and the terminal building, which is a 14-gate replacement terminal, not to exceed 355,000 square feet per the development agreement. Next slide, please. The project also includes the demolition of the current terminal, and within 12 months of opening the replacement terminal, the development agreement requires that we completely demolish the old terminal. As you can see from this photo, once that terminal is demolished, then we will be undertaking the extension of 2 taxiways to eliminate what we call back taxiing of aircraft on an active runway. But again, that work cannot happen until after we have done the demo of the old terminal building. Next slide, please. The FAA has completed the environmental impact study. The record of decision has been posted. The FAA issued its final environmental decision on the proposed replacement passenger terminal building, and it found the project would have either no impacts or no significant impacts on more than a dozen environmental categories that the FAA analyzed under the National Environmental Policy Act. As part of its environmental review of the project, the FAA held 2 virtual public workshops and a public hearing in September of 2020, followed by a 67-day public comment period. The agency evaluated and responded to more than 1,500 comments from 317 commenters. The proposed project, as stated by the FAA, does not involve changes to any airspace procedures. Towards the end of the comment period, the City of Los Angeles sued the FAA and the authority in July of 2021 to challenge the EIS and the record of decision and block the replacement passenger terminal program. They are alleging deficiencies in the environmental review process for the terminal, and we are now working through that process. Next slide, please. As we all know, as part of a concern of noise around the airport, Studio City, Sherman Oaks, we formed a Metroplex task force. The airport authority's actions also included 2 special evening operations committee meetings, We hired a firm to investigate noise complaints, and we did confirm that there was a southerly drift of aircraft as they depart Burbank. The Airport Authority has sent letters to the FAA requesting return of historical flight tracks in December of 2018, June of 2019, July of 2019, August of 2019, and at our commission meeting on August 6th, the commission approved sending another letter, which was signed by President Paula Devine and forwarded to the FAA, again requesting the return of departures to their historic flight tracks. The Airport Authority was a driving force to create the Southern San Fernando Valley Noise Task Force. We recognize that moving noise from one area impacts other areas around the airport. For that reason, the task force membership was comprised of elected officials. We had representation from the cities of Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena. Mayor Emily Gabaletti, now a commissioner, was on the task force, as was Vice Mayor Sharon Springer. Glendale Mayor Ara Najarian, now a commissioner, was on the task force, and Pasadena Mayor Terry Tornick. We included 4 council districts from the city of Los Angeles. We had Councilmember Krikorian, Councilmember Ryu, Councilmember Koretz, and Councilmember Martinez. And we had staff representation of Congressman Adam Schiff, Congressman Brad Sherman, Senator Kamala Harris, and Senator Dianne Feinstein. Mayor Gabaletti was elected chair of the task force. Councilmember Paul Krikorian was elected vice chair. The Airport Authority contracted with a firm, HMMH, to provide task force support and to facilitate our meetings. Task force met 6 times from August of 2019 to May of 2020. The final meeting took place over 2 nights. Task force made 16 recommendations, and 5 of those included Burbank specifically. Recommendation number 4 was to conduct a study to determine how to obtain the lowest noise levels from aircraft departures from the airport, as well as from Van Nuys. In response, Hollywood Burbank Airport will undertake an update to what we call a Part 150 noise study that will address issues such as mitigating noise impacts around the airport. Recommendation number 7 was to provide for instrument flight rule procedures for aircraft to arrive all runways at Hollywood Burbank Airport. Our response to that has been that instrument flight rules procedures for aircraft arrivals is the jurisdiction of the FAA, and our airport does not have a role in that process. Recommendation number 11 was to increase the enforcement of the existing curfew at the airport. The Airport Noise and Capacity Act of 1990, or ANCA, prohibits an airport operator from adopting operational restrictions relating to noise. Only noise rules in place prior to 1990 are enforceable. Hollywood Burbank Airport does have grandfathered noise rules. The airport has set the noise contour cap at a level existing when the airport was acquired in 1978. It prohibits noisier Stage 2 aircraft that have been phased out. It includes weight restrictions on certain operations of general aviation aircraft. The noise rules are enforced through fines. The airport has a voluntary curfew, so it is not a noise rule, excuse me, and it applies only to scheduled commercial operations. 99% of the operations and the airlines operations at the airport are compliant with our voluntary curfew. So we cannot enforce a voluntary curfew per ANCA, but we can and we do work and encourage compliance from our commercial airlines. There has been discussion of a mandatory curfew. That is done through what we call a Part 161 application. And we filed an application, spent $7 million over about an 8-year period of time, and submitted that application to the FAA for a mandatory curfew. And the FAA did not approve a mandatory curfew for the airport. Recommendation 14 was to maintain and update, when and if necessary, the noise exposure maps and noise compatibility program at Burbank and Van Nuys airports. The noise compatibility plan will specifically consider preferential use runway programs and a coordinated approach at both airports. It will also analyze runway 33 arrivals to limit use of flight paths some operators use to arrive over the Santa Monica Mountains. Earlier, I had mentioned that we will be undertaking a Part 150 noise study update, and that will include noise exposure maps updates and looking at a noise compatibility plan. Recommendation 15 was to create a Citizens Advisory Committee at Hollywood Burbank Airport to address community concerns throughout the San Fernando Valley. Our response to that is, as part of our Part 150 noise study update, a Citizens Advisory Committee will be created for the Part 150 noise study. The Airport Commission adopted a resolution authorizing the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Part 150 noise study. We are at a point now with the operations of the airport, with the airlines being much lower than what they were back in 2019. And in order to have a fair approach to updating the Part 150 noise study, we feel it is important to allow operations to return to a level that more accurately reflects the operations of the airport in a pre-pandemic approach. And by doing that, have a better feel for the noise impacts that would be happening around the airport. As we continue to monitor our operations, we will be reaching out to the cities of Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena, and LA to help us develop and create the Citizens Advisory Committee. And that will be done as we continue to move forward to do an update to our Part 150. The next slide, please. When the notice went out on the approval or the record of decision on our environmental impact study, the FAA noted again that the project does not involve changes to airspace procedures. The FAA has awarded a contract to conduct an environmental assessment of proposed amendments to our two existing departure procedures, which we call UROS and SLAP. They will review any and all reasonable alternatives to the proposed amendments for these waypoints. And this follows the FAA's two public workshops that were held in Burbank in November 7th and 8th of 2018. The FAA is currently working to prepare a timeline for the environmental assessment. The EA is separate from the work of the South San Fernando Valley Noise Task Force, but the FAA may consider task force recommendations, and to date, there has been no final decision on the amendment. The EA process may take up to 2 years to complete, which is a typical EA process for the FAA. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that we have started to see a recovery at the airport with traffic. We have new airlines that have been announcing service since May of this year. The first was Avelo Airlines, which is the newest airline to come into existence, and happening right in the middle of a pandemic was a surprise to a lot of people. Avelo is a low-cost carrier. It's very similar to the Allegiant business model. It is servicing about approximately 10 cities from Burbank to cities in California, Colorado, Oregon, and Utah. It is not daily service to these destinations. On average, for the 10 to 12 destinations that they are servicing, that amounts to about 8 departures per day as they alternate departures to the various cities. We also now have Frontier Airlines. Frontier Airlines exited LAX, and they have now concentrated their service in Burbank and in Ontario. Frontier is providing service from Burbank to Denver, Las Vegas, and Phoenix. The third airline that has announced its intention of beginning service in Burbank is a Canadian low-cost airline called Flair. They will be providing 3 to 4 times per week service to Vancouver and to Edmonton. Currently working through, they have been working through an application process with Customs and Border Protection for pre-clearance authorization. And it's important for us to highlight for the city of Burbank that we have not built a federal inspection station or a customs facility at our airport. The flights coming out of Vancouver and Edmonton will be following a program that we call pre-clearance. Customs and Border Protection pre-clearance is their strategic stationing of personnel at designated foreign airports to inspect travelers prior to boarding U.S.-bound flights. With pre-clearance, travelers then bypass customs and the TSA security inspections upon U.S. arrival and proceed directly to their connecting flight or destination, as we would see with any domestic flight. CBP has more than 600 officers and agriculture specialists stationed at 16 pre-clearance locations in 6 countries. 9 of those cities or locations are in Canada, and they include Calgary, Toronto, Edmonton, Halifax, Montreal, Ottawa, Vancouver, Victoria, and Winnipeg. So while we will be seeing service coming into Burbank, as they fly into Burbank, they will be treated as any other domestic carrier, and we are parking them at one of the 14 gates that we currently have at the terminal. Next slide, please. Passenger traffic is also coming back. As I mentioned at the beginning of the pandemic, our passenger traffic dropped by 97%. Again, that's mostly the leisure passenger. Business travelers are expected to return, but at a much slower rate. Looking at the fourth quarter of our fiscal year 2021, comparing the same period to our fiscal year 2019, April was down 65%, May was down 51%, and in June, our passenger traffic compared to June of 2019 was down 31%. So you can see that we are slowly starting to see passengers coming back, and the impact of Frontier Airlines and Avelo and the low-cost tickets that they are offering help to bring people to Burbank as opposed to LAX or some of the other areas in Southern California. Operations, if I could have the next slide, please. Graphically, this shows that our operations actually peaked in 2007, and that was the pre-Great Recession time period. And we had a total of 71,949 operations with the commercial aircraft. Operations increased from 2009 to 2019, but remained below the 2007 level. And in 2019, commercial airline operations were 65,058. The COVID-19 impacts reduced our 2020 commercial flights to 34,044. Year to date, through June, the operations are down 57% in April from 2019. In May, they were down 49% from 2019. And in June, they were down 37% from 2019. So as we are seeing the return of passengers, as we are seeing the new airlines coming into our market, as we're seeing traffic increasing, as our incumbent carriers are increasing their flights, we are sensitive to how they are operating. But again, we are still below the level of operations that we had in 2019. We will continue to push for the convenience of our passengers, but recognizing the role we play as a good neighbor to the city of Burbank. I know that there are a lot of concerns and there's a lot of frustration within the community, but we are doing as much as we can to work with the airlines. Recently, I know that the city council was receiving emails about Avelo Airlines and JetBlue and how they were flying within the curfew. JetBlue was a function of a nationwide, industry-wide employee shortage, which impacts the ability that they had to maintain schedules. I think the best example that we have seen was with Spirit Airlines, or that one day when they had so many flights canceled and a lot of upset passengers around the country and around their entire network. But it is also being felt by Southwest Airlines, American Airlines. So we are watching and monitoring what's going on with JetBlue. They are trying to maintain service to New York for us. Unfortunately, as they deal with an employee shortage, it has created some issues for them departing late from JFK. And for Avello, they were repositioning some aircraft that caused them to leave early in the morning. And we have dealt with that and have reached out and successfully reminded them that we do need to be a good neighbor, and that they're repositioning aircraft for charter operations are not to leave and wheels up until 7 a.m. or later. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that's my report. If there are any questions of the council, I'm certainly here to answer those.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller, I see the first hand up. Councilmember Springer, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your report. So has there been any change in the southerly drift? Still was?
I'm not sure if there's been any significant change. You know, we had an email today about a flight that actually took off and was up and out faster. It was in the morning. So, you know, again, climatic conditions can impact that, but we are still seeing the movement to the south with our flights, and are hoping that as the FAA looks at our OROs and SLAP procedures, that can be addressed through the task force, as you know, as being a member of that. We're not the only airport in the region, and that has an impact on our operations as well. We do continue to receive noise complaints from Studio City, Sherman Oaks, and areas south of the airport.
Okay, because I know that was one of our recommendations, just be up and out and turn.
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer. Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Miller, thank you so much for the excellent presentation, and thank you to both of our commissioners, Commissioner Gable-Luddy and Commissioner Brown, for joining us today. We got one e-comment that was submitted, and so I just wanted to ask this question for that person who submitted the e-comment. With regards to the terminal demolition and then replacement, can you tell us what's going to become of what is currently the site of the terminal?
Again, if you have a copy of the presentation, we had that one aerial, our north-south taxiway. As we extend that taxiway, it will actually pass through what is now our commission chambers. I mean, that is one of the reasons, to enhance safety of the terminal building. So what we'll see are the extensions of existing taxiways in our safety areas for the airfield. There will be no building there at all.
And just one follow-up, if I might, Mr. Mayor. This is from the same resident who is asking questions. I don't know if you'll know this yet, Mr. Miller, but will commercial aircraft be able to park on that runway while waiting for a gate to open? If you know.
We would not have an aircraft park on the runway. There are times when it may be held on a taxiway, but that is via the communication that they have with the tower. But we, for us, it is to get the aircraft off the taxiways and runways as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Commissioner Miller. And I'm glad we're being proactive on this and keeping an eye on it. I actually wanted to bring something up from that exact same e-comment. There was a question here about the back gate. Is there an option for the property north of the airport, the Avion property? Are they able to build a back gate into the airport there? Is that a deal that has been struck or is being struck, or do we know anything about that?
We have had no discussions with them about what we would call a through the fence operation, and airports don't look favorably upon through the fence operations. There is no intent on our part to have aircraft come from that property through the fence and onto the airfield.
I don't think it'd be aircraft. I think it'd be a loading and unloading situation, like vans or whatnot entering the. Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Miller, thank you very much. The commissioners, thank you for being here as well. I listened to your staff's presentation yesterday. It was very informational. There was a lot of good information there. I like what they did in regards to where we started and moving forward. That paints a great picture of moving forward. Your timelines are a little bit far away, but I guess you could always tell them 2026 and bring it in 2024, and everybody will be happy. But nonetheless, I really enjoyed the presentation. I learned a lot by listening to it. There was a lot of good questions from all the commissioners. So thank you very much. Kudos to your staff. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Commissioner Emily Gabeletti to kind of update the residents, the community of your committees that you're involved in, and just kind of give us a short briefing of your first couple of months on the authority and what you're involved with, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor Talamantes and members of the council and staff and Mr. Miller. It's been a busy first 2 months. It has certainly been a big learning curve because among the benefits of serving on the airport authority is getting to know the commissioners from the other cities. And there are 4 of us that are new. So the briefing that the Vice Mayor attended yesterday and Mr. Miller talked about was also intended to bring those of us who are relatively new to the Airport Commission more up to speed on the plan to restart the terminal project. It has been, I sit on 2 committees. I sit on the Legal and Environmental Committee, and I sit on an ad hoc committee that's looking more specifically at the replacement terminal. And what I'd like to say about the replacement terminal effort and everything that goes along with it, because it's also extending the taxiways and making other improvements on the air to make more improvement on the airport property. The proposal is consistent with the development agreement, and both the mayor and the vice mayor know what that experience was, and the city attorney knows, and probably the city manager remembers what the experience was bringing that development agreement together. So I'm pleased to be serving on the committee that looks at the replacement terminal, because it is part of our task is to make sure that it's true to the agreement we had with our community. And our community voted by over 70% for the new terminal. So it's important to be accountable back to them on how we're moving along and being faithful to what they supported. There's just a couple of other things, Mr. Mayor, if I may. You know, I see the efforts as your commissioner taking direction from you, the council. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 main areas. One is to see that we get the best, most sustainable terminal in the country and the world. One is to follow through with the task force recommendations, and Councilmember Springer certainly remembers those meetings, so that we begin the process of that we move forward towards a Part 160 study, which will establish and give more participation to analyze noise in relationship to alternative flight patterns within the whole context of the airspace. The third is to be faithful to ongoing complaints and problems that our residents raise. And as I receive them, I send them to Mr. Miller, Mr. Lammerding, and I think I sent back to you all recently a multi-part response to several residents, including a great deal of detail, and to which some of the residents said, thank you, we didn't know what was going on. The fourth area is looking for those ongoing funding opportunities, especially with the federal infrastructure bill, hopefully voted on in September, but there are a few $1 billion, and Mr. Miller can more specifically characterize it, that will be available for new airports. So I think we are like so well positioned. And then finally, as we do, and I want to thank the Vice Mayor for attending the meeting yesterday, we will always be looking for a legislative solution for a permanent nighttime noise curfew. something that the airport will not object to, something that we as a city have taken steps to try to achieve with our congressman. And so while this all takes time, we will continue to pursue that. So unless there are other, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to comment. And it's good to see you all this evening.
Council members, any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to also invite our Senior Veterano Commissioner, Commissioner Don Brown, if you'd like to give us an update on the different commissions. I believe you're part of the Operations Committee. If you can give us an update and to the community what you're working on and what you're doing there.
Yes, I'm not on the screen yet, but I would follow the outline that Commissioner Egoletti told you about. That's what we all are fixing on and going to assist her and Bud Overham. Looking forward to a fantastic next 3 months. And we'll probably report out that time that what we're able to suggest or produce. And again, we would encourage people to understand that we know that the noise that is flooded on the valley, we hear it here first before you even hear it. They take off from here and they land here, and in the weather they come down Hollywood Way. All the homeowners can see the people in the window. So we're all aware of noise, and we're going to do our best to assist them in any way we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Don Brown, for that update. Mr. Miller, I do have one question. I'm hearing in other airports within the Southern California region, I guess the FAA is reviewing their home soundproofing. Is there anything working toward the city of Burbank for its residents?
Yes, we take advantage of the noise program funding that is available by the FAA. We are poised when they start to re-engage that program and make funding available. We will be going after that as well as we continue to do a program here in Burbank.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you to our commissioners for serving the people of Burbank, and thanks for your responses to the emails, because I know I send them to you and I follow up. But most important, thank you for your time and commitment to the people of Burbank. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your presentation this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good night, everybody. Okay, will the city attorney please report on closed session this evening, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the viewing public, and staff. Council did meet in closed session earlier this evening or late this afternoon. The council met concerning existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54-956.9, subsection D1, People versus State of California versus ZRP Burbank. And it is an eminent domain condemnation case where the city of Burbank is a defendant. The second matter was pursuant to Government Code Section 54-956. We continued number 1 and number 3. Those were not done, so I'm just going to move to what council actually talked about. The second matter was conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957.6. Name of the city negotiator was Management Services Director, and the employee organization was the Burbank Police Officers Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. Members of the public may address the council for up to 3 minutes on any matter concerning city business. Remember to please lower the volume on your TV or computer, and please take your phone off speaker when you deliver your public comment, because we get a lot of backfeed. To participate, please call right now at 818-238-3335. Ms. Mullins, do we have any callers on the line for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. We have 14 callers online.
Okay, well, let's bring them on board. Let's hear what they got to say this evening.
Our first caller is Elisa Cunningham.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Elisa Cunningham, and I'm a resident of Burbank, calling about agenda item number 10. The staff report does not address how proposed projects qualify for processing under SB 35. The one at hand is the Pickwick site, but this will be relevant to many sites in Burbank that a developer can just decide looks good for their development plans. We believe that SB 35 is quite clear. Properties are eligible for the streamlined processing if a residential development is permitted by right or by conditional use. SB 35 does not extend to properties that require a general plan amendment to be residential, which is the case with the Pickwick site. Only you, the City Council, as our elected officials, can amend our general plan. Please do not note and file this report. Please direct staff to return to Council with a clear explanation of how they determine SB 35 site eligibility. Transparency is critical right now. The way this has been handled feels to the public like secrecy. As one resident said, someone is coming in the back door. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Okay. Our next caller is Julianne Crump.
Good evening, welcome.
Hello, good evening, City Council, City staff, and community. My name is Julianne Crump, and I'm calling in to ask Burbank to adopt a Green New Deal. Because this is the issue of our time. I'm a homeowner, I'm a parent, concerned citizen of Burbank, and a member of the Burbank Eco Council and the Roosevelt Elementary Sustainability Committee. Burbank has made progress, but it is time to lead rather than to react. We can be a model for our local cities. On a local level, we community members are training as barterers, gardeners, activists, resource reusers, community organizers, communicators, repurposers, and waste warriors, and sustainability commissioners. In our work at Roosevelt Elementary and the school district, we have discovered that the kids get it. They are full of great ideas and hope for the future. It's our turn as the adults in the room to create the systems that link all of our separate efforts and create a local framework that, with other cities, we can lead and encourage others to act. We can change policy, we can change the culture, we can move others to join our team. Let's live better. Let's adopt a Green New Deal for Burbank. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Sam Lyons.
Good evening, welcome.
Oh, good evening. Hi, my name is Sam Lyons. I was born and raised in Burbank, California. More specifically, I was born right here in St. Joseph's Hospital, and I graduated from John Burroughs High School. I'm a current Burbank resident and worker, as well as a student at CSUN. I'm getting my teaching credential, and I hope to one day teach in Burbank Unified. So you can see I hold the city very dear in my heart, which is why I'm calling in today to express my support for the proposed Green New Deal for Burbank. I was 10 years old in 2006 when the documentary An Inconvenient Truth came out, which was a red flag that even as a child, I was aware of its dire importance. I spent my childhood and adolescence wondering why there wasn't more being done to save our planet, our only home, and hoping that someone powerful would do something to save us. Now I'm a bit older and a bit wiser than I was in 2006, at least now that I can understand what scientists are saying, which is that we have received another red flag in the IPCC report. This message is loud and clear. No one is coming to save us from ourselves. We, as a city, need to take action, bold action, and we need to act fast. This is our moment. I urge the council members and all leaders in the city to take the next steps to preserve our communities and to lead the way as a model for other cities in California and across the nation. I urge you to pass the Green New Deal for Burbank. As a teacher, I want to be able to look at my students and give them hope. I want to be able to point to the things that we've done and that we're doing as a community to preserve our home and our livelihoods. I thank the leaders of Burbank who have already done so much work to make our city a leader on climate change, with our carbon emissions today being almost 30% lower than they were in 2010. But since Burbank has already reduced its emissions substantially, bold action is necessary to eliminate the rest. We cannot simply adapt to a perpetual drought or to a year-long fire season. Here in Burbank, we have the unique opportunity to be a model green city of Southern California and a national pioneer demonstrating that, yes, it is possible to decarbonize and it is possible to invest in our children's and grandchildren's futures if we only make it our priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Thomas Pike.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Council members, tomorrow is my last day in the region. I've been priced out of housing in the East Side. It is what it is. So I wanted to use my last public comment in California to highlight local support for the Burbank Green New Deal. The Burbank Sustainability Commission has called for City Council to move rapidly on clean electricity, building electrification, telework, and a just transition. I know these policies are in the pipeline waiting to come back to Council for a vote. When they come back, I encourage you to vote for them. The Sierra Club has issued a petition in support of the Burbank Green New Deal, and about 150 Burbank residents have signed it so far. I wanted to read you some of their comments. Again, all of these are verified Burbank residents. My dear friend Zach Wallnow signed the petition and said, "Changes now will make the city livable and desirable long-term." Petition signer Ruben Freed wrote, "I'm proud of Burbank's climate action, leadership, energy, and water policy commitments to strengthen our resilience and our planning for sustainability to mitigate environmental disasters. To maintain our momentum and build on our achievements, we must strengthen our resolve to follow through on this bright green path inclusively and comprehensively." Petition signer Gabriela Alvarez wrote, "This matters to me because I care about the world my grandchildren will live in. We need to think of our collective tomorrows." Petition signer Mary Jane Weaver wrote, "We need to move faster toward a more sustainable lifestyle, and this Green New Deal covers a wide range of elements that are important to combating climate change. Burbank can be a leader among neighboring cities, demonstrating how to be responsible citizens of our beleaguered planet." Sonia Fukumoto wrote, "We want our grandchildren and their children to enjoy this beautiful gem." Carmenita Helagar quotes an indigenous proverb writing, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children." So when the Burbank Green New Deal comes up for vote this fall, I hope it can count on your support. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Nori Walla.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and Council Members Springer, Schultz, and Anthony. My name is Nori Walla. SB 35 does not allow staff to amend the language of the general plan. A general plan is the city's constitution, and amending the language of the general plan is a legislative act. The power to amend the general plan lies with the council, an elected body. It does not lie with the staff. Our general plan states that it is anticipated that some properties will transition from non-residential to residential, and that when that transition occurs, it shall be through a discretionary process. That's in the land use element, page 3-7. Our general plan states that with regard to 9 of Burbank's non-residential land use designations, including Rancho Commercial, that if a property transitions from a non-residential use to a residential use, that transition is with discretionary approval. Our municipal code, 10-1-102, states that only the council can amend the general plan. The discretionary process that council uses in deciding whether or not to amend the general plan is codified in 10-1-103 through 10-1-106. There is no inconsistency between a zone code that does not permit by right residential, as is the case with the commercial recreation zone, and the general plan requirement for discretionary approval in order for a property to transition from non-residential to residential. The zone code states the present status of the property. And the general plan states what shall be done in the future in order to change that status. Furthermore, if staff carves out the words with discretionary approval from the language of the general plan, they are amending the general plan. In so doing, they would be exercising the very discretion that SB 35 prohibits, and they would be unilaterally amending the general plan, which they have no power to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Steve Taylor.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Steve Taylor. My wife and I have lived in the Burbank Rancho for over 40 years. We were here in 1990 when the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Rancho Master Plan was formed in response to the planned development of the Vons Pavilion Shopping Center. In adopting the Rancho Master Plan in 1993 and having it codified, the council recognized that uses in the Rancho commercial land use designation needed to be carefully considered because of its location in order to preserve the health and safety of the public as they travel on streets shared by vehicles, bicyclists, pedestrians, and equestrians. That's why our zone and use table does not permit by right residential in the commercial recreation zone. That zone is located at the intersection of two on-street equestrian trails. That zone is a few hundred feet from the well-traveled perimeter trail of the Los Angeles Equestrian Center, which horseback riders use from Burbank, Glendale, and the local rental stables to access the Mariposa Bridge to Griffith Park. That's why our general plan only allows residential use in that zone with discretionary approval. It's all about location and safety. It looks to me like the staff believes they can amend the general plan by striking out the language requiring discretionary approval. Only the City Council has the power to amend the general plan, not the staff. And SB 35 does not give staff that power. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Denise Taylor.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Denise Taylor. My husband and I have lived in the Burbank Rancho for 47 years. I have seen our city grow in many ways and have appreciated the efforts of our various council members to maintain our small town neighborhood feel. Since 1993, when the Rancho Master Plan was codified, and again in 2013 when our current general plan was adopted, the council has listened to the concerns of our neighborhood and indeed all of Burbank in attempting to ensure that all of the travelers on all of our Burbank streets are safe. Pickwick is in a unique location. Main and Riverside are not only traveled by vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians, but equestrians as well. The equestrians are traveling between their homes and Griffith Park and using the perimeter trail of the LA Equestrian Center to do that. Our general plan provides that any transitions from non-residential to residential in the land use designation of Rancho Commercial do so only, quote, with discretionary approval. The reason for that is simple. It is all about public health and safety. The general plan can only be amended by the council and our elected municipal body. It cannot be amended by staff. So when staff chooses to ignore or strike or modify the language in the general plan, such as eliminating the requirement of, quote, discretionary approval in order to make a project, quote, fit the SB 35 criteria, they are amending the general plan, and they don't have the power to do that. We need council intervention. Thank you for your interest and this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Alessandra Valdez.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Alessandra Valdez, and I'm a Burbank resident. I'm calling in today to express my enthusiastic support for the proposed Green New Deal for Burbank. I'm also calling to speak against Airbnbs in Burbank. We are in the midst of a major housing crisis, and allowing Airbnbs only adds to the problem. As a renter, I already struggle to find affordable housing in Burbank. Airbnb will only make it harder for folks like me to find places to live. Thank you, council members, and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Rachel Hastings Saunders.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Rachel Hastings Saunders. My husband and I have been living in Burbank for a year now, and I've been working here for a decade. And like some of my fellow community members calling in tonight, I'm calling to express my support for the proposed Green New Deal for Burbank. I first want to thank the council for its work on sustainability issues and the Sustainability Commission for supporting the Green New Deal. I also want to give a shout out to the Burbank Recycle Center for the great work they do and education they provide. I've got a compost bin now. It's really awesome. We all know how real climate change is. The temperatures are getting hotter. Wildfire season seems to get longer every year. It's scary, frankly. And, as a young woman who's planning on having a family, climate change is terrifying to me. I worry about what the future will look like for my kids. I worry about what the future will look like for myself. So, continuing to do all we can to reduce emissions, reduce plastic usage, use clean electricity, and enact a Green New Deal will help ensure we have a habitable planet and obviously city for generations to come. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you'll strongly consider getting the proposed Green New Deal on the agenda as soon as possible and passing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Elon Ruskin.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello. 697. Burbank's Regional Housing Need Assessment committed us to adding 2,684 homes by 2021, and we have permitted 697, one quarter of the allotment in a city of 102,000 souls. In a little while, the conversation about California Senate Bill 35 will spill a lot of words about local control over housing. We say that as if it is just about where the housing goes and what it looks like. But from the numbers I see, it looks like we exert the control towards preventing housing more than directing it. Sure, sometimes we say we're killing a development because it's not affordable, but then no one else shows up to build cheaper, denser houses in its place. Sometimes we say it's about gentrification. When we're talking about replacing a bowling alley surrounded by houses with individual horse stables, that's comical. Sometimes it's about that casual euphemism, changing the character of the neighborhood. Well, so SB 35 steps in to force us to allow at least a little housing where our local policies put us 75% behind where we need to be. If the discussion is going to be about local control, I would like to hear how our local policies will change to allow 4 times more construction in the next term. Because continuing as we have is a promise to worsen the housing shortage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Seth Joel.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The city business I would like to discuss is the 98 townhouses proposed to be built at the Pickwick in Burbank. And my issues have to do with safety concerns. I've been an active member of the LA Equestrian Center, and for probably over 25 years now. And my daughter, who is grown, trained and competed at the LA Equestrian Center from mid-90s into 2000s. And now she's blessed us with a grandson who's 7, and we have been bringing him out there to learn how to ride horses at the TES school for the last few years, and we ride him around the perimeter, and the perimeter goes right past where all the construction is going to be at the Pickwick for the townhouses. And it's a real concern of ours that he could get thrown off a horse and hurt because of various dump trucks and scaffolding and other aspects of construction that is going to be really disruptive for that particular neighborhood. So it's a real concern of ours, and I'd like you to consider what it means for all the other kids that really have a quality of life out at the equestrian center that's really unique. And once that goes away, it'll never come back. So, we were completely floored when we heard that this was being considered. And I'd really like you all to consider what that means to the families and the kids that use that facility in the Rancho Burbank. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you giving me the time to share my story. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Karen Lau.
Good evening. Welcome.
Great. Good evening, staff and members of City Council. Hi. Okay, great. Good evening.
Hi, we're listening to you.
Okay, great. So my name is Karen Lau. I'm a mother of 2 at Roosevelt Elementary, co-founder and leader of the Burbank Eco Council, and a homeowner for almost 8 years. So I'm calling in to support the Green New Deal, to support immediate action in reducing greenhouse gas, decreasing our carbon footprint, and increasing our air quality and overall our health and well-being. And, previously in this session, there was a lot of talk about airport renovations, which is great. And we all know with increased airport traffic, there's increased ground traffic as well, thereby increasing greenhouse gas. So, imagine with all the renovation work at the airport, the first vista for visitors flying into Burbank are green spaces or EV charging stations and EV fleets, clean solar panels, green roofs, like a complete connected green corridor. So our Eco Council team, made up of parents, students, faculty, staff, and community members, have been working tirelessly to elevate this sustainable practice at the schools. And we have leaned on community green groups such as the Buy Nothing Burbank, and Burbank, the Backyard Burbank Growers Group on donation. So our grassroots support is really strong and growing. It's not a coincidence that the Sunrise Movement selected Burbank as a high potential city to be green, because we have that local support already and action in place. And when we're just waiting for Burbank to really take a stand and put a stake in the ground to declare that this green future is important and urgent to our students and our citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Ashley Ramsey.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey, Burbank resident of 4 years. I'm calling in support of a Green New Deal in Burbank. I think Burbank's doing some amazing things and has made great progress to become more sustainable, and I think we can continue to lead in our efforts by taking bold action. I think the time is now to act, so I'm asking that the City Council vote to pass a Green New Deal in Burbank. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Marva Lee Kornblatt.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Fritos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and members of council. My name is Marva Lee Kornblatt, and I was a member of the Rancho Master Plan Committee. I think it should be noted that the committee was made up not only of rancho homeowners, but business owners, property owners, and homeowners actually throughout the city. I want to speak to you about item 10 tonight, and you're going to hear about the mechanics of SB 35. First, I don't believe the mechanics are at issue. Staff's conclusion that the general plan and zoning are inconsistent is at issue, because they're not. They agree with one another. Anyone looking at the general plan language, the zone use table, housing elements, and the city's master plan can see that these are consistent. Second, I don't believe staff should be the reviewers of any SB 35 project in the rancho or anywhere in the city, because this just removes more transparency. People should know. I think that the brightest light should be shown on the projects that are going to be born out of this SB 35. Moreover, I'd like to see a dashboard on the city's website so people can see what SB 35 projects are being proposed, much less approved. The council or planning board should be the reviewers, as well as the rancho review board. Third, staff is asking for the council to note and file of their report tonight. I implore you to not do that. It will send the impression that council agrees with staff's conclusions about the general plan and zoning. Instead, direct staff to return with a clear explanation of how staff determines SB 35 site eligibility. This could be done in just a couple of weeks. I believe the general plan and zoning are consistent across commercial land use categories. Each zone states the distinct discretionary action to change land from commercial to residential. For some properties, it is a conditional use, and for others, it is a general plan amendment or a zone change. Finally, water. I listened with interest to the general manager of Burbank Water and Power tonight. If there was ever a time to advance the cause for a moratorium on building, certainly in Burbank, much less the state of California, this is it. This is a real issue. SB 35 was adopted in 2017, where this may not have been the impact that it's going to be now, going forward. You cannot drive around the city without seeing ample building sites. You have to provide water. You have to provide fire
your 3
protection.
minutes are over. Thank you very much for calling us, but I'm sorry your 3 minutes are over. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Vicky Kirschenbaum.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi. Thanks for this opportunity. I just attended online the August 19th Energy Committee meeting of the LA City Council, and the committee voiced a strong sense of urgency in fighting climate change. They directed LADWP to come up with the best path to get LA to 100% clean energy by 2035, based on the National Renewable Energy Laboratory LA 100 report commissioned by the city. The NREL report lays out a scenario to get Los Angeles to 100% clean energy by 2035 without renewable energy credits, which are simply a way to pay to pollute, maintain a reliance on natural gas. Also, the scenario made no use of biofuels, which are, again, methane, which we need to get out of our portfolio. And in addition, the scenario called for limited use of green hydrogen and major investment, local solar, demand response, local energy storage, energy efficiency, retrofits, all big job creators. I urge Burbank City Council to follow LA's lead and ask BWP to map out the way to 100% clean energy by 2035, or better yet, 2030, with no renewable energy credits, no biofuels, limited green hydrogen, and major investment in our local resilience. Thanks.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Tamala Takahashi.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Frutos and City Council members. My name is Tamala Takahashi, and I'm a 22-year resident of Burbank. I'm calling regarding two items tonight. The first is regarding sustainability. The City of Burbank has an opportunity to be a leader in the space, especially around waste and plastic use. As the founder of Reusable Burbank, I'm calling to ask that, as you are considering the GGRP and greenhouse gases in upcoming meetings, please also address waste production and how we can, as a city, embrace reusables and reducing waste altogether. Recycling is no longer a viable way to manage our trash. Far too much of the material in the recycle bin goes directly to the landfill, where it does not decompose, largely due to the fact that the immense amount of plastic that is in use today is no longer recyclable and ends up in the landfill as well. The solution is not creating waste in the first place, and after that, reusables. So please bring back the topic of a skip the stuff ordinance. Please revisit the styrofoam and plastic bag bans, and please consider a restriction on single-use plastics. Burbank is positioned to be a leader on this issue if we so choose, and part of the solution is to create a healthy community where our children can thrive. The second subject I'm calling about is regarding item number 10, SB 35. I have two questions, actually. First, have there been any properties that have already been approved in the city based on the criteria of SB 35? And other than Pickwick property that we are all aware of, are there any other properties currently in the process of going through approval based on the criteria of SB 35? And the second question is, my understanding is SB 35 only applies if a city doesn't meet its housing goals. At previous community meetings regarding housing, I asked the specific question, what happens if we don't meet our housing goals that is set by the state? The answer that was given to me was that we might at some point be forced to put housing where we don't want it, but that is in the future, and there's no imminent danger of that happening. But now we're hearing that we may be forced to build where we don't want to because we haven't met our goals. So my question is this. When did Burbank get on this list of cities that hasn't met its goal? How much are we behind? And how do we get off this list so that SB 35 no longer applies to us? Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Emily Gable-Luddy.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and council members. I'm calling as a Burbank resident to address the staff report for item 10 on the council agenda that neglects to address a critical issue, making the determination on whether proposed projects qualify for processing under the provisions of SB 35. I reflect a little bit on the caller, Elon, who was saying that Burbank has not reached its numbers. We know that. We know that Burbank is subject to the requirements of SB 35. And I also personally know that Burbank has approved or has under construction nearly 1,000 dwelling units in this city right now, with more under consideration. So to characterize it as a city that doesn't want to build housing is incorrect. The city should be building housing where it's most appropriate. I think it would be useful for the council and the public if the staff had addressed the consistency of Burbank planning and land use documents with the intention of identifying any existing inconsistencies. They seem to take the position that the general plan trumps zoning, but there is no reason for this conclusion among Burbank planning documents. They are all in agreement. The housing element, the draft housing element, the general plan and zoning, and the supplemental master plans. SB 35 could have a significant long-term impact on Burbank, and it's critical that you, as representatives of us, give the implementation of this legislation the time and attention it deserves. I'd like you to ask some questions. If an SB 35 eligible project were approved, what are the procedures for subsequent subdivision, especially for notice and public hearing? The plain language of SB 35 refers to conditional use permit, while general plan uses discretionary approval. Where is the authorization to use these terms interchangeably? What is the difference between a quasi-judicial and a legislative action? And who makes these decisions? doesn't our zone code use table make that distinction between by right, conditional use, and prohibited? And under prohibited, hasn't it been our historic process to require a PD or a zone change, but more particularly a general plan amendment? I hope you'll take a closer look at this tonight, and I encourage the council to direct staff to return to the council for a more clear explanation of the decision-making contained on pages 7 and 8 of the staff report, where they appear to be expressing an opinion. I'd like to tell you, as in closing, that Water and Power and the airport are having discussions about solar. So I look forward to...
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you for your call, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Susan O'Carroll.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for taking my call. I was calling because, in general, I'm very concerned about legislation such as SB 35, SB 10, and SB 9, which take land use control away from local governments. I'm also concerned that much of this legislation is put forward as providing affordable housing, while in reality providing very little additional affordable housing and instead providing large benefits to developers. I think it's very important that Burbank City Council formally oppose any legislation that transfers land use decisions to the state and work with the League of California Cities to oppose this type of legislation. The value of general plans and zoning needs to be maintained, as does the city's ability to balance land use with infrastructure and water constraints and to preserve the things that make Burbank a unique and wonderful place to live. I did send in some written comments on SB 35 and Item 10. In summary, in terms of SB 35, my main concern is how best to ensure that SB 35 does not blur or alter the city's desired pattern of land use. I think the city needs to look for simple ways to clarify the language in the general plan so that SB 35 doesn't remove the city's intended land use discretion when it comes to important parcels in the city. For example, it's pretty clear when you look at the general plan and the zoning code, when it comes to the Rancho commercial area, residential uses are not intended to be improved ministerially, since they're prohibited in the zoning code. The language in the general plan, therefore, needs to be clarified so that there's no way that SB 35 can be interpreted to convert a general plan requirement for discretionary review into a by right ministerial approval, which is contrary to the general plan's intent. I think City Council should ask staff to review the general plan and zoning code and to provide recommendations for simple language tweaks to make sure that SB 35 cannot be used to override the city's land use intent as specified in its planning documents. That may be as simple as defining discretionary approval in the general plan to mean a zoning or general plan amendment. I also think it's important that SB 35 determinations are transparent and are subject to public and Planning Commission or City Council review, and that the process should be designed to allow for this. I understand that SB 35 has a tight time frame, but that shouldn't be used to create a black box of a process where the public is unaware of the criteria used and has no ability to challenge staff determinations if they appear inappropriate or to bring concerns to the Council or Planning Commission. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Laura Iowanu.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and staff. First, to comment tonight, I would like to thank Frank Miller for his thorough and informative presentation tonight about what has been happening with the new airport terminal and the noise issues. I'd also like to thank Emily Gable-Luddy and Bud Overham for being our new commissioners, and they have been very responsive to my concerns. Also, a thank you to Councilmember Schultz and Anthony for asking my questions tonight. To Mr. Miller, I do hope the airport will hold true to not have over-the-fence operations with the new Amazon distribution center. I just want to give a note, though. I did not discover the Monday's meeting about the terminal until I went on that day and saw that, and I was looking for the next meeting and agenda so that I could plan my comments for them, and I discovered that meeting. So I don't think many people who wanted to voice were able to have enough time to know that that meeting was happening. So I don't know, maybe they could just be a little bit more, give more notice before such a special meeting is called. My second comment is about the agenda item 10. A lot of residents have been bringing up great points, I think legal issues and so forth. Mine is different, and I think Burbank needs to raise the developer impact fees. And if we're going to have to build these 98 condos or townhouses, then let's get the money for the city, because the city is charging way less than Glendale, Pasadena, and LA. And when city staff talks about comparative salaries for staff's raises, they always say, well, this is what Pasadena's paying, this is what Glendale's paying, we have to be competitive. Well, we are not competitive in the development impact fees, and the developers are really taking advantage of Burbank. And right now, the city's in a deficit. Our schools are in deficit. The Measure I didn't pass, so they're hurting for money. They just had to cut elementary PE teachers. So I think the city can benefit greatly by raising these impact fees. And I think it might be on the next agenda, but if not, I think it needs to be on the next agenda. So thank you for all you do, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Stephanie Schaefer.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. My name's Stephanie Schaefer. I'm a property owner here in Burbank. I'm also calling to support the Green New Deal. I feel that climate change will be the most important issue that we as a community address to ensure our long-term health and economic vitality. When I think about getting older in Burbank, I have really two main concerns. One, when I'm old, can I physically withstand, the heat waves, being stuck inside from, poor smoke air quality? And also, what will climate change do to my property values? Will people want to move to a city that is, again, plagued by heat wave, air, water issues? Or, right when I'm looking to downsize, is that when, property houses go down and, there's more interest in moving to the west side or, other parts of the country? So again, for so many reasons, I really do think climate change is where our attention should be. So yeah, I encourage you to support the Green New Deal, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Marie Anderson.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. I am a lifetime Burbank resident, and I'm a city employee that has been servicing this community for almost 2 decades now. I'm calling in regarding the vaccine or testing mandate they've begun the process on for all city employees. It is very saddening that you're considering no longer giving a choice to these essential workers they've counted on to work through all of the uncertainty of the last year and a half. Mandating this liability-free vaccine, which is currently causing some individuals injury and death, is unethical. Since these billion-dollar organizations who created the vaccines are not liable, will the city then take responsibility when I have an adverse reaction? Or how about 10 years from now when I have severe long-term effects? Providing the option for unvaccinated employees to be tested weekly is not much better. Besides the mental and emotional anguish of having that stick jabbed up your nose each week, there are numerous chemicals on those tests that can and will do damage to the human body. Being vaccinated does not prevent you from contracting or transmitting COVID to others. So why are you choosing to segregate the unvaccinated and force them to only be the ones put through the weekly testing? This is segregation and a very slippery slope you are on. Everyone listening, whether a city employee or not, should be concerned about this. Where do you draw the line? Will everyone in the city be next?
because in all honesty, the person serving you food at the restaurant or bagging your groceries comes into direct contact with the citizens of Burbank significantly more than city employees do. I'm sure you've already made up your mind regarding this, but something else I hope you consider tonight is, why are you doing this? Is it because all of the other woke cities are doing it too? Or are there legitimate facts regarding our city that warrant this kind of dictatorship? Has there been a significant increase in citizens catching COVID from employees? Or, in all actuality, have there been no on-duty employee-to-citizen transmission cases? City of Burbank employees care so deeply for all the citizens, and we put everything we have into the services we provide. Sadly, I fear that you will lose a great deal of these caring and dedicated employees if you force this on us. We are the backbone of this community and should have a say as to what goes into our bodies, whether that is a vaccine or a weekly test. What has happened to someone's right to choose? My private medical decisions should remain private. My health is my responsibility, not yours. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Laura LaRocca.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and member of City Council. My name is Laura LaRocca, and I'm a resident of Burbank. Tonight I'm calling about SB 35 and to express my opposition to the project currently being considered at the Pickwick property. As a homeowner in the Rancho community, I am deeply concerned about the increased traffic, the noise, safety, and just the overall permanent change to our neighborhood. The proposed 98-unit residential development is a big deviation from the historic open space we see today. While I'm sad to see Pickwick go as we know it, I do understand how desirable the location may be. Please ask the staff to report back to the City Council regarding this project. We are asking you not to change the zoning. Any proposal should be brought before the Planning Board and voted by the City Council. Please do not allow SB 35 to stand in the way of the City Council's decision making authority if it even applies to this project. We cannot expect someone from Sacramento, North Hollywood, or Oakland to understand these nuances in our city, especially the unique area of the Rancho. As you know, the homes near South Main and the corner of Riverside are zoned for horses, and they frequently use this stretch of Riverside to access the beautiful equestrian facilities and gateways to Griffith Park. With people returning back to work, Riverside Drive is already seeing increased traffic along with their speeds. The kids are back to school, and there is a school that is literally around the blind curve of Riverside and Mariposa. There's also horses and other animals constantly crossing Riverside Drive at any time of the day. I do not understand why we would put more cars and people into one of the greenest parts of our community. Since the proposed buyer is out of town, perhaps we could share some of the existing designated residential sites in need of reconstruction for their 98-unit project. Some places we were thinking about is, what about the old Fry's building? What about the Kmart location? Those are perfect designations to put in large, dense residential projects, not in the Rancho. Thank you for putting this item on the agenda this evening, and I look forward to hearing your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Jean Schonberger.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jean Schamberger. My husband and I are longtime Burbank and Rancho residents, and I'm calling concerned about agenda item number 10, staff's report on SB 35, particularly as it affects the Pickwick project. Thank you for finally requiring a report on SB 35. It's puzzling that it took until now for this to come to light before council and the public, but now the community has something besides social media to give us an idea what is going on in our neighborhood. Staff's report claims an inconsistency between the general plan and the zoning code that would allow SB 35 to apply to the Pickwick proposal, but that is incorrect. The general plan is clear. The only way that property in the Rancho commercial land use designation transitions from a non-residential use to a residential use is, quote, with discretionary approval, close quote. Please see the land use element of the general plan at pages 3 through 16. Likewise, the zoning code is clear. No by right residential use is permitted in the commercial recreation zone, not even with a conditional use permit. Please see the zone use table in section 10-1-502 of our code. The general plan and the zoning code are not inconsistent, and there is no provision in SB 35 that allows staff to amend the general plan. The only body that could remove the general plan language, which states with discretionary approval, is you, the City Council. Why? Because removing that language is an amendment to the general plan, and that power is a legislative act reserved to our elected officials. Staff can request an amendment to the general plan, but our code only allows council to amend it. Please see sections 10-1-102 and 10-2-103 of our code. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Ruben Procopio.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. As a young lady said, my name is Ruben Procopio, and when my wife and I heard about the proposed redevelopment of Pickwick through social media, we were surprised. I have lived in Burbank practically all my life, attended schools in Burbank, and worked for large companies in Burbank. As a long-term resident, we have learned about Burbank's neighborhood development process, attended community meetings, and participated when possible. Sometimes we disagree with city decisions, but we always receive notice from the city of what is going on in our neighborhood, and there's always a clear community process to participate in. None of this has happened for the Pickwick proposal, and we are again surprised. As I understand it, from the current staff recommendation, this means the only opportunity for the public to be involved in this process is through public oversight of the design review process and not the project itself. This does not seem like the usual community input process for a very big project. There is a Rancho Review Board already in existence whose role is to review all development projects in the Rancho Master Plan area. Why not use this existing review board and community input for the Pickwick project? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Nicola Ellis.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. I would like to talk about the Rancho and the SB 35 that's already been discussed tonight. And I completely concur with my well-informed and knowledgeable neighbors about opposing this development. But I'm actually confused because tonight you've been talking about the environment, the new Green Deal, the air quality, and the drought, and you're concerned about it, and of course so am I. But in the same breath, you're talking about doing all these developments. I have a question. How much water is used for these constructions? I don't know if Burbank really has that ability to provide it or at the expense of its residents. The other thing I'm confused about is that I understood that you are voted on council by the residents of Burbank, and we don't vote for the staff. So therefore, the decisions should be made by the council members and not by staff, as my previous guests have already spoken about. The Burbank Rancho District is actually a very historical area, and actually Burbank should be very proud of this area because, in fact, Burbank is the heart of the global entertainment industry, and it spills over into the Rancho area with the people like Betty Davis and Tab Hunter. We should be preserving this area. We should be celebrating this area, and the city council should be protecting it and celebrating it to encourage the foundation of this area. RH1 is a specifically zoned area. It's for a specific equestrian homes and safety for its riders. It was consumed for the equine enthusiast, so that it could be safe for its riders and the horses. It is a standalone neighborhood, so residents feel safe to pursue this lifestyle and adopt under the protection of the RH1 zoning code. We haven't changed our lifestyle. Over 5,000 horses call the Rancho district its home. The Rancho is an extension of the Griffith Park and a protected and historical landmark, and the Rancho deserves the same respect. Over the past few years, the city has gradually allowed the area to be exposed to unsafe conditions for riders and horses, with increased through traffic, speeding vehicles, commercial trucks, and excessive public traffic that is dangerous to riders. There are also skateboarders, motorized scooters, and other trendy mechanical devices that could easily spook horses. And in fact, there was a horrible tragedy in Tulare because of a speeding vehicle impacting a rider. We don't need that in this area. We've managed to keep it a safe area for many years. Zoning codes help create harmonious neighborhoods and communities as like-minded people can coexist in peace through common interest. Families have their areas, the horse enthusiasts have their areas. Why not protect it? Allowing a non-equestrian community...
Thank you very much for your call. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you for calling us. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Richard Thompson.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, neighbor and city council. All these ranch people are calling in about putting projects somewhere other than the ranch. They're always trying to protect the ranch and put it other places. People need housing. People need housing. My daughter and her son are trying to buy a house, and they can't find a house. People need a place to live. And just because you have horses doesn't mean people are going to go out and kill your horses. People are going to drive crazy in the whole neighborhood and kill people and kill horses. People respect that. I can't understand all these crazy talk about people coming in about killing horses or driving crazy to protect that. Protect what? People need a place to live. Where else are you going to build? Where else can you build Burbank? This property been dilapidated for the last 20 years. Nobody's using it. And then we talk about the Green New Deal and the adults in the room. Well, how is that working with the adults in the room? This country gone to crap. Adults in the room. What adults? Look at the economy and the border and now Afghanistan with the adults in the room. I don't like the decisive language. I don't like decisive language. The adults in the room. Anyways, Mayor, please, give us the housing that we need.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Who's next?
Our next caller is Jay Geisenheimer.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Jay Geisenheimer, 25-year Rancho resident and living with a horse in my backyard. I'm going to be very short, so this is what I have to say. People are making some great comments tonight, but I am wondering about the 98 townhomes that everybody is talking about at Pickwick. I understand they are on 5.1 acres and called Phase 1. So what will happen to the remaining 3.5 acres plus the ice rink? Will a Phase 2 be imminent? And that could be another 60 to 85 units. So we are talking about 160 to 185 townhomes. And that is something completely different than 98. So please think about the future. I don't think anyone wants to see all that. And that includes Rancho and beyond. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Bill Luddy.
Good evening. Welcome.
Council members, I'm calling as a resident of Burbank, long time, and a resident of the Rancho area. And I would point out that you've received a lot of solid input from people who've given a lot of thought, put a lot of effort into questioning the staff's determination on the application of SB 35. My point, and I will be brief with it, is it's not the position of the staff to immediately roll for what Sacramento says. It's the staff's position where they should look to the choice and, at a minimum, bring the question to the council and to the public for a discussion of how we want to respond and address to this. So far, this issue regarding Pickwick has been dealt with in a black bag. It has been quiet. Staff is moving forward. Nothing done to give public notice on this, and that is not the function of the city staff. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Okay. Our next caller is Lois Westphal.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'll be brief. I just wanted to speak up regarding item number 10 in SB 35. As a longtime homeowner and living in the rancho for the last 30 years, and before that, keeping a horse in the rancho, I just wanted to speak up regarding the property of Pickwick. And a couple of things popped into my head. One of those is that property's been there, from my understanding, since 1955, and it's got a lot of historical value. It's the only commercial recreational zoning that I'm aware of, and it's great to have that open space, to have the ice skating rink, the bowling alley, the gardens. There used to be a restaurant there, which was wonderful. It's all a little sad that it's kind of gone downhill, and I understand the need maybe to upgrade. But from my understanding of the SB 35, it does not address a change in zoning, and I don't believe that that should be permitted without, thorough background investigation and all that regarding the general plan and amending the general plan first. So as a longtime horse owner, and I do cross that corner at Main and Riverside almost daily, it's already a very busy corner. And the light is great there, but even that doesn't trip immediately. You're stuck on that corner for an extended period of time. If you have a horse that's dancing around, it can be very dangerous. And to that other gentleman who was speaking, not being aware of horses, and I understand that. You might like to expose yourself maybe and understand that they are different than a bike or others, and it can be dangerous not only to the rider but to anybody passing by if things get out of control. So I just wanted to speak to that, and again push how important it is to preserve the Pickwick zoning as recreational commercial, and that's it. That's all I wanted to say. So thank you so much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any more callers, so it's safe to move forward with the other items on the agenda.
Okay, then I now declare the public comment period. This is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and or our City Attorney. Councilmember Schultz, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who called in tonight. I tried to take some notes, so I'll be brief. To everyone who called in regarding our discussion on Senate Bill 35, thank you for your input. I'll save my comments when we get to that agenda item. To all of the callers who called about a Green New Deal, I would just like to note that I actually asked for this item to come back at our May 25th meeting for a future discussion, so stay tuned. I believe the entire council will be talking about it, as well as our greenhouse gas reduction plan update before the end of the calendar year. To Ms. Valdez, who also called about short-term rentals, stay tuned. I believe that'll be addressed at our next council meeting on September 14th. With regards to Mr. Ruskin and Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry, please feel free to reach out to the council office. I'd be happy to talk to you about what this council is working on to meet our housing needs in Burbank. With regards to Ms. Takahashi, who called about, among other things, skip the stuff, single-use plastics ban, I believe this council is waiting a staff report on that as well, so stay tuned for further action. To Ms. O'Carroll, who called, I would just like to note that with regards to Senate Bill 9, council actually officially opposed it at our last meeting, so that is the council's official position, and that's being relayed to our legislators. To Ms. Ionu's question about developer impact fees, can the city manager confirm, is that coming up at our next meeting?
I believe there's an item related to development impact fees, but I don't believe it's setting the actual fee structure schedule. However, we do have that on our list, and we will be coming back with that. But we need to work on our specific plans concurrently in order to make sure we have appropriate development impact fees.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, to Ms. Anderson, who is calling about the COVID-19 vaccine policy, I'll just thank you for your call and reserve any comment until that item comes back to council. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other council members wish to weigh in? Councilmember Anthony, followed by Councilmember Springer.
I just wanted to thank everyone for calling in. We got quite a variety of different calls on different subjects, and please stay engaged. A lot of the stuff that was mentioned during the calls we will be addressing later on in the meeting. So thank you.
Councilmember Springer.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all of the callers, and I think many of the questions will be addressed under our discussion of SB 35, but I would like to thank everybody on the new Green New Deal calls. Sustainability is very important to Burbank. And also to Ms. Takahashi, we'll make sure that your questions are answered when we discuss SB 35. Ms. Valdez, last night the Planning Commission voted unanimously to ban short-term rentals in Burbank. It was a 4-0 vote. There was one commissioner who was absent. And I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to thank everyone for joining us tonight and sharing your concerns and your suggestions as well. Those are always well received. Pretty much my colleagues already answered to each and every one of you, or will be answering as the agenda moves on. I want to address Ms. O'Carroll. She mentioned about working with the League of California Cities. Ms. O'Carroll, I was president of the LA division of the League of California Cities about 3 or 4 years ago. And we've always stood behind the fact that local control is a must. We've been fighting that for many, many years, not only here in Burbank, but at the state level with the League of California Cities. So just keep in mind, we are engaged when it comes to local control. We are fighting every effort that Sacramento mandates on us. There's times that we can't do anything about it, but we always express our dissatisfaction when something comes down from Sacramento and tries to take away our local control. So just keep in mind, this Council of Five is on top of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you to everybody that called in. Don't need to echo and repeat myself again, but I do appreciate the callers and their ideas and their viewpoints. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move the consent calendar. This consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Ms. Mullins, please read the consent calendar this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar, item number 1 is Housing Authority minutes. To approve the Housing Authority minutes for a joint meeting of May 25th and June 8th. Parking Authority minutes, to approve the Parking Authority minutes for the May 25th and June 8th meetings. And item 3, adoption of resolution continuing appropriation for fiscal year 2021 and for fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 21-22. Item number 4, adoption of resolution authorizing the execution of subward agreement with the County of Los Angeles Workforce Development, Aging and Community Services to accept subward funds to support the City of Burbank supplemental nutrition programs and supportive services, authorizing the city manager to execute the subaward agreement and amending the adopted fiscal year 21-22 budget by appropriating funds. Item number 5, approval of letters advocating to preserve the Tri-City communities of Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena within the same electoral district during the 2021 redistricting process. Item number 6, approval of support position on the Cal Cities 2021 Annual Conference Resolutions appointment of alternate voting delegates for the annual business meeting. And that concludes all our items on the consent.
Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar? I see Councilmember Schultz, the motion, and Councilmember Springer. Are there any items in question? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a comment on agenda item number 5.
Okay.
I want to give kudos to Administrative Analyst Christine Ailes. She did a great job on those letters, so I just want to make sure that she gets the appropriate attention that she deserves for doing the great job on the letters. Thank you.
Outstanding. Madam City Clerk, this is unique, but I'd like to request that we vote on all the items, but pull number 6 for an individual vote, and I'll explain after we vote on the other ones why I'm asking for this request.
Okay, so I'm taking the vote for items number 1 through 5 right now.
Correct.
And Councilmember Schultz, is that you made the motion, so you're okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
And Mayor Frutos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, for the record, I cannot vote on item number 6 because I have a conflict of interest with my employer as I work for a major railroad. So I have to recuse myself and allow the council members vote on that item alone. So I will turn off my camera and my audio, and if you can please call for that vote.
Would somebody want to make a motion for item number 6 where we can call the same?
Move number 6.
I'll second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
And Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer? Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let me get this. Okay. There are 4 reports to the council this evening. The first report is for an adoption of guiding principles for the city's homeless plan update. Will Housing Development Manager Marcos Gonzalez please make the presentation? Good evening, sir, and welcome to our meeting.
Greetings, Mayor and members of the City Council. You'll be seeing my presentation. My name is Marcos Gonzalez, Housing Development Manager for the Community Development Department. It's my pleasure to present the next item, the adoption of guiding principles for a homeless plan update and a grant in the amount of $100,000 from Providence St. Joe's Medical Center. Today, I'm the spokesperson for our city departments who are dedicated in advancing our homeless efforts. Those departments are Parks and Recreation, Library, Public Works, Police and Fire, Burbank Water and Power, City Attorney, City Manager, and Community Development. First, I'd like to start with some background on the number of homeless in our region. In 2020, there were 66,436 homeless people in Los Angeles City and County. This was a growth of 13% from 2019. For Burbank, our total homeless was 291 people. These numbers continue to be used due to COVID-19 suspending the 2021 annual homeless count. We think those numbers are much higher. Nonetheless, the city has been doing its part to confront homelessness. In order to continue our efforts in a strategic and thoughtful manner, staff is recommending an update to the Burbank Homelessness Plan. The update would be a new plan that keeps up with systemic and social challenges. builds on our successes, and will be our roadmap for the next 5 years. A 5-year plan allows the city more time to create projects that fit our community, seek funding, and implement the programs within the plan's period of performance. The first step in updating the Burbank homelessness plan is to present to council our proposed guiding principles. Tonight, council is also being asked to accept a grant of $100,000 from Providence St. Joe's Medical Center and amend the budget by appropriating these funds. The grant award was presented to council back on August 10th. The purpose of the grant is to support the city's homeless efforts. Staff is proposing to utilize these funds to expand our homeless outreach, which will be explained later in my presentation. Before we dive into the new homeless plan, I first want to share how we arrived at this point. In December 2017, the council adopted a homeless plan that covered 3 years, 2018 through 2021. The plan included 7 key strategies in addressing homelessness. Those strategies were based on outreach, connecting the homeless to services, housing, and protecting our neighborhoods. The following slides will highlight some of our progress. Storage and transportation. Later this month, staff will complete the construction of the homeless storage facility. The site is located at 401 South Front Street. The operator of the program is the Salvation Army, who will assist the homeless with safely storing their personal belongings for a specified period of time. While a person uses the storage facility, case management will be provided so someone who is seeking services can be matched to a program. The storage program will be also used for the involuntary storage of items removed to legal cleanups. Along with this strategy, the city will continue to provide funds for transportation assistance to people entering interim housing or reuniting with family. Homeless outreach is a critical component of the city's homeless strategies. Street Plus provides citywide wellness checks to the homeless. Often there's a direct impact to public health, safety, and public services when there's a lack of outreach, engagement, support, and treatment for the unsheltered homeless with severe and persistent mental and chronic illness. Since 2012, the Burbank Police Department and Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health have been addressing those growing needs. In order to deliver much needed support in this area, the city will be utilizing the 1-year grant of $100,000 from Providence St. Joe's Medical Center to provide wraparound case management services. This program will target people who appear to be gravely disabled, meaning unable to provide for basic personal needs due to mental illness, but not necessarily eligible for a conservatorship. The city will solicit proposals from operators in September for this program. The city's efforts to build and support temporary housing has been ongoing. However, we would like to do more in this area than we were in 2018 and 2021. This strategy required coming up with various solutions. A good example of this was the city's effort to acquire the Scott Motel, utilizing Project Homekey funds. If successful, the hotel was going to be converted into interim housing for the homeless. Unfortunately, during the due diligence period, concerns surfaced, including high cost of ongoing services. The project never came to fruition. The city will continue searching for a property or parcels to build temporary housing. At the same time, we will continue to partner with agencies like Burbank Housing Corporation for future transitional housing, Hope of the Valley for emergency shelter placements, and a possible tiny home village in Burbank. Tiny homes, if designed correctly, are cost-effective and can be erected within a short period of time. Creating affordable housing. During the 2021 Council goal-setting session, housing was established as a priority, allowing for more housing to be constructed for all income levels. As we know, the creation of affordable housing is expensive. When projects are developed with federal or state funding, the cost goes up dramatically. In 2019, the average cost for affordable housing was approximately $500,000 per unit. In order to meet the housing demand, other resources are needed. These other housing production resources include municipal policies such as inclusionary housing, density bonus ordinances, accessory dwelling units, and private-public partnerships. The city remains proactive in our coordination of outreach, coordinated care, and community awareness through various methods. Depending on the location and nature of the call for service, outreach teams are deployed using an inflow and outflow system. The teams include Street Plus, Parks and Recreation, the Downtown Business Improvement District Ambassadors, Metro Lake Patrol, and the Burbank Mental Health Evaluation Team, as well as the recent addition of a licensed social worker. It's worth mentioning the Burbank Outreach Team was selected for a 2021 Program Excellence Award from the International City and County Management Association. Much of the work that goes into outreach is documented in a public information video titled The Power of Connecting and can be viewed on the city's website. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, many households faced job loss or reduction in pay due to the local economy coming to a stop. In an effort to divert people from becoming homeless, our city council approved the use of federal funding for emergency rent and rapid rehousing programs. These funds were administered by Family Promise of the Verdugos, who was able to assist 297 households to date. Additional funding from California's Housing is Key is available for people who need help with rent and utilities. We urge struggling renters or landlords to apply. Also coming soon is a new program called Emergency Housing Vouchers. Approved by Council. Issuance of these vouchers will be in conjunction with our Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority partner, known as LAHSA, who will manage the referral process. Referrals will be made by homeless agencies and victim service providers. In 2020, at the height of, Lastly, the City Council adopted a nuisance ordinance that established a legal and defensible process to address homeless encampments in a safe and humane manner. The city was established an internal group made up of police and fire, public works, parks and recreation, library, city manager's office, city attorney, Burbank Water and Power, and community development to review and approve encampment cleanups. Cleanups are just a tool in our toolbox to bring people indoors. The nuisance ordinance does not criminalize the homeless. As a recap, this slide shows a summary of our successes during the 3 years of the homeless plan. The city has made significant strides in addressing homelessness. One accomplishment that stands out the most is the placement and reuniting of more than 110 people into housing with families. As we rapidly approach the end of the 3-year homelessness plan, we have an opportunity to develop a new action-oriented document with lessons learned and best practices. The process will require a lot of critical thinking and problem solving. The staff is ready for the challenge. Some of the questions we would like to ask our community and stakeholders will include, how do we address the ongoing challenges surrounding homelessness? And what will be our priorities for the next 5 years? As we seek the community's input, the city must have clear guiding principles that will help inform the process. On the next slides, I'll present the guiding principles, also known as our policy statements, developed by our city departments. The first policy statement is centered around the practice of taking a holistic and humane approach in supporting people experiencing homelessness. We understand there's frustration that's been building over the handling of the homeless systems, and public safety concerns. However, the city's response has always been a holistic approach that requires more than what we see on the surface. Part of the way we have been successful in our homeless efforts has required digging deeper into the needs of a person who is homeless. What we discover are the complexities that impact a person who is homeless. That may stem from mental illness, substance abuse, undiagnosed symptoms, and more. Before we treat the person, we have to understand the underlying causes of their homelessness. Our second statement is centered around having compassion for a person who is homeless, but balanced with legal enforcement when necessary. Of course, this is easier said than done. There's no easy solution, or else we would have solved homelessness by now. The next statement tells us that Burbank should support a variety of pathways to housing. This road may lead us to having a shelter or adding more transitional housing for people who are homeless, besides creating permanent housing. Regardless of the solution, planning and thoughtful decision-making will be vital if we are to reduce our unsheltered homeless population. The final statement recognizes that homelessness has no jurisdictional boundaries. As we develop our 5-year homelessness plan, it will be important the city support federal and regional homeless strategies. An example of this is supporting the Housing First model. Housing First is the notion that people need basic necessities like housing before attending to less critical issues like getting a job or counseling. This kind of alignment is important when seeking federal and state funding or when advocating for legislation that supports our homelessness plan. If the policy statements are adopted this evening, staff will begin the development of the homeless plan in December. Development of the homeless plan will kick off with virtual meetings with the community due to county health orders. Meetings will be held with the public, our partners, and other government agencies. During the month of October, staff will begin drafting the new 5-year plan. In December, staff will bring the homeless plan back to council for consideration. Staff encourages the public to sign up for community meeting announcements on the City of Burbank website at burbankca.gov/email notifications. At the bottom of the slide is a website to sign up for those notifications. Tonight, I have shared several of the city's homeless accomplishments, including the $100,000 from Providence St. Joe's Medical Center and development of our next homelessness plan. In conclusion, staff recommends council direct staff to develop a 5-year homelessness plan, approve the homeless policy statements, accept a grant of $100,000 from Providence St. Joe's Medical Center, and amend the fiscal year 2021 budget. At this time, I would like to pause to introduce the city's clinical social worker, Sana Teryegashian, who would like to say a few words.
Hello, all right. Good evening, Mayor Frutos and members of the council. I'm Sona Teryegashian, and I started with the City of Burbank this July as a social services supervisor. I'm currently working at the 3 Burbank Public Library locations, as well as the Jocelyn and Tuttle Senior Centers in the Park and Recreation Department. I've been a social worker for approximately 8 years and have experience working with individuals and families of all ages and backgrounds, mainly in community mental health. The majority of my work has been with low-income individuals and people experiencing homelessness. In my current capacity, I will be assisting individuals and families in the libraries and in the senior centers with getting connected to the necessary services and resources they need, while many of my clients in these settings will be those experiencing homelessness. My role is just as much about prevention. So I will be working to strengthen the city's connections with service providers so we can connect people to the right help at the right time, whether that means shelter, healthcare, financial assistance, or anything else they may need. I will also provide support and lend expertise to library and recreation staff who are doing their absolute best to help people in need or in crisis. I'm really excited to be part of the city's growing team, serving those experiencing homelessness and needing access to other social services. And I thank you so much for having me. And thanks, Marcos, for the intro.
Well, welcome to our meeting. Thanks for being here. Council members, I open up the floor for questions. And who would like to lead us in this dialogue for this agenda item? Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you very much for your presentation. Obviously, it's always good to talk about successes, and we've been very successful through the last 3 years. So I congratulate you and your staff for having those successes. And I hope we even get more in the next 5 years when we get this plan enacted. I really don't have any other comments, Mr. Mayor, other than, we've been doing good things. Burbank has really always been in the leading role when it comes to things like this, homelessness. Everybody, all communities are struggling with this issue. It's affecting everybody. Like it was mentioned by Mr. Gonzalez, there's no walls that keep people out or in. Homeless people tend to drift from one community to another community. And we've seen a great, many people coming to Southern California because of the weather. Obviously, I'd rather spend my time here in Southern California than in the snow drifts of the East Coast or Midwest. But having said that, I just congratulate staff, Mr. Gonzalez and his staff for doing such a great job. Thank you to St. Joseph's Medical Center for the $100,000 grant. That is very welcomed. I hope those $100,000 grants keep coming year after year. If we meet a certain bar, and they can possibly bring some more money to Burbank for this project in particular. I don't have anything. I'm ready to make the motion after my colleagues weigh in.
Okay, let me get some input, and then I'll bring it back to you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, thank you very much to staff. Excellent presentation. I just wanted to share a couple quick comments on the proposed policy statements. I don't have any other questions or any other issues with the other portions of the motion. And then I actually have 3 policy statements I would like to propose adding in. So I'll share those with my colleagues, explain, and then cede the floor. Just wanted to mention, I really appreciate policy statement number 1. I think it's incredibly true that there is no one cause and no one solution for someone who finds themselves unhoused. So I think that that's an incredibly powerful statement, and look forward to seeing what you learn from these virtual community meetings. I agree with policy statement number 2. We need to have a compassionate and smart approach, understanding that these are human beings. These are our unhoused neighbors. These are people that are living on our streets. And it's incredibly sad, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but it is sad that the richest nation in the history of the world has such a large homeless population in Southern California, in LA County and in Burbank. And this is a humanitarian crisis that's unfolding right here at home. So I agree with the Vice Mayor. We've done incredibly great things, but I also feel a responsibility to say, and I think we all share it, that we have to do even more. Number 3, I just wanted to thank staff. I agree with everything that we're proposing here. I'm also supportive of exploring the possibility of a shelter and permanent supportive housing. I think that is proven to be, especially the permanent supportive housing piece, one of the most effective things that you can introduce to the equation. Before I get to my policy statements, I did have one question, Mr. Mayor, for staff. On slide number 18, I see that staff is saying that you're going to do virtual community meetings in September only, but on page 3 of the report, it said September and October. So I was just wondering if there's been a change in plans. Are you going to do meetings both months, or will it just be in September?
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz. And Yes, that's a question that we also were asking ourselves internally about the meetings. And in this presentation, I failed to include the month of September, but I think we want to have meetings in October if we see that it's not a lot of time to have meetings in 1 month. And last time we did the homeless plan, we had a big turnout, a lot of attendees, and want to be able to give various options on when people can attend the meetings.
Thank you very much. So I'll get to my 3 proposed additions, and then I'll cede the floor because I'd like to hear what Council Members Anthony and Springer have to say. But I will just read them. There's 3 that I'd like to propose. And the first one really relates to the fact that homelessness is a problem that also manifests in our youth in the city. And so what I would like to propose is the addition of policy statement number 5, which would read, the city of Burbank is committed to working closely with the Burbank Unified School District to address the needs of our students experiencing homelessness.
Let me stop you right there, Councilmember Schultz. Why don't you put a motion and let's see if it goes anywhere, just so I don't confuse the other council members. Make the motion and see if you get a second, and we'll go from there.
And Mr. Mayor, just one point of order. Would it make sense to just do separate motions for each policy addition?
I would. This way, if there's interest, great. And if there's none, then we move on to your next idea.
Understood, Mr. Mayor. I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Can we hear that again, please?
Yes. So the 5th statement would be the city of Burbank is committed to working closely with the Burbank Unified School District to address the needs of our students experiencing homelessness.
Is there a second for that motion? I see a second from Councilmember Springer. Further discussion only on the motion right now for number 5. Okay, seeing none. Madam City Clerk, can we call for the vote?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
I believe that was a yes.
And Mayor Frutos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you still have the mic on your next idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think we all agree that one of the largest email concerns that we get are people asking about either what we're doing or relaying issues to us. So what I would like to propose in policy statement 6 is, and I quote, the city of Burbank is committed to providing annual updates and making information accessible so that the public can be informed of the city's current efforts to address homelessness and our progress in meeting our objectives.
Okay, make the motion.
I'm so moved.
Is there a second for that one? Councilmember Springer? Mike.
Mr. Gonzalez, do we already do that?
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. We do have our progress reports to council that we do every year. And there are some still possibilities to improve on that. I mean, if we have a new homeless plan, there are reports we can make sure we bring back to you at the end of the year with a standard format so that way you can see the dashboards or the tracking of outcomes and our meeting of our goals.
Okay, and it would be available to the public on our website. Is that right?
Yes, it can be made available once we create and establish that reporting format.
Okay, thank you. I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Anthony on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I'd be opposed to this motion is because it assumes 2 things. One, that we aren't already doing that, right? And that every other policy we have on every other issue that's not homelessness, we're also not doing that because we haven't made a policy statement that we're being transparent. So I think if we put in a phrase that we're being transparent and open about this one issue, it does those 2 things. Well, we haven't been, or we're not doing it with everything else. So I would be against this motion.
And if I may respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please. You're the maker of the motion. Defend it.
all I would say is that, I don't make the suggestion that staff isn't doing any of these things, but I think that we're at the stage in the process where we're setting policy as the body. We're trying to include what we want to see in a homeless action plan. And so I think it's important not just to suggest new things that we aren't currently doing, but to reaffirm things that, as Councilmember Springer pointed out very well, we are already doing and very well. But I still think it has a place in this policy statement, and it should manifest itself in the document. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor, you wanted to weigh in, followed by Councilmember Springer.
Yeah, let Councilmember Springer weigh in. Go ahead, Chair.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think it's a good idea to share our progress with our residents, and that will help us do that. I know we get the reports, the good things that Street Plus is accomplishing, and our progress with storage and our plans, for some type of housing. If it's a way that we can keep our public better informed, then I'm all for it.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Councilmember Anthony in regards to, I feel that we're already doing it. Now, if people don't know where to go to get information, I mean, it's incumbent upon us to make sure we lead them to the information. We always push them to our website. Obviously, the website, the Community Development Department, there's a lot of information there. But it's true. The more information you can put out there to the public, obviously, the better everybody will be informed. Transparency was a big discussion tonight. It's not a matter of transparency. It's just a matter of providing the information, and hopefully people will take the time to read it. If they're really interested, they'll take the time to read it. If they're not, they'll just come to us and they'll complain saying, well, nobody told me that the information was there. But anyway, I'll just go ahead and support that motion.
I'll end up supporting this because I think one of the biggest questions I always get is, what are we doing? How come the city hasn't done anything and there's the same homeless individual at the same location, and I call the cops and they say the city council won't let us do anything? I get that a lot. So this is another tool to get out there. A lot of people do, look at our site and they repost stuff on Nextdoor. So if it's one more vehicle of information, at least on this one agenda item, you know what? I think it's worth it to get the message out of what we're doing, and I'll be supporting it. So there's no more further discussion on this item. Madam City Clerk, can you please call for the vote?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
No.
Vice Mayor Telemontes?
Yes.
Mayor Frutos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your next idea, Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my final one, and thank you, colleagues, for indulging me. I know I've been talking a while. But the last one I think is really important. In 2000, yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I know. In 2016, our homeless population was right around 150, if I recall. And even despite incredible efforts from the council and staff, as of 2020, it nearly doubled. And so I just feel, and I hope my colleagues agree, that it would be beneficial to set a strategic goal, because then, it goes right into the last point. We have something that we can tell staff, this is what we want to achieve, this is what we'd like you to work towards. We can trust that staff will develop the tools and how to get there. And most importantly, there are metrics. There are metrics to track our progress, and there are metrics for the public to see that we are making progress. So with that, Mr. Mayor, what I'm proposing as policy statement 7 would read, in accordance with and it would be the last in order, of course, in accordance with the policy statements described above, and while acknowledging that there are significant legal and financial obstacles, the city of Burbank is committed to reducing the number of our unhoused residents to 50% of the 2022 Los Angeles County homeless count population by the end of 2027, which would be the end of the planning period. And my final comment before I make the motion and hope for a second, Mr. Mayor, is that I understand that that's ambitious, but I've given this a lot of thought. And I think I think the community is looking for it, and I think we can achieve it. I really do. I believe that when the homeless count resumes and we see what our population is, I think that cutting it in half is reasonable. I think we all have the goal of seeing a homeless population of 0 in Burbank, and that's going to be very difficult to do given current resources. But again, I think that we need that forward-thinking vision as a body, and I think that not only will it give staff a clear direction of what we're trying to accomplish and how aggressively we're pursuing the solution, but it'll give the public a chance to track the progress. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I make the motion in hope of a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Councilmember Anthony. Go ahead, Councilmember Springer.
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Tergeshian, what do you think about that? To have a goal of cutting it in half?
Councilwoman Springer, I do want to, listening to these 3 proposed policy statements, I wanted to just share a thought and wanted to see if there's consideration from council on this too, that we do want to make sure that these policy statements that we've originally proposed can have a broad area of coverage. And some of those proposed statements by Councilmember Schultz may even fall within some of the current policy statements if we just kind of make some refinements to some of them. Because also, I just don't want to see that a lot of this will actually go into the planning of the document, where we develop goals and metrics. And what it also sounds like a little bit to me is that some of these policy statements almost can be those goals and metrics that we want to achieve in the next 5 years, such as reducing our homeless count by 50%. That is a really good goal to set, as well as perhaps looking at creating more transparency and reporting to our public as well as our council members. So I'm just sharing that idea, see if that might be worth more discussion.
Can I just add?
Yes, please, join in.
So Simone McFarland with Community Development. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I think you could go either way. I think Marcos has a good idea that maybe it's a goal, but I also, at the same time, I think you could put it as a policy statement. I don't see any reason the council could decide to do it either way. I think what you're doing is you're telling us what your goal is, and you're setting the line and saying this is what we want to achieve. And I think it's good that we do set some type of goal that we want to get behind. And, the council, it tells the public that the council is behind this and that we will take actions to try to achieve that. So I think it could go either way. It's your choice.
My thoughts, I think the 50% is not a realistic goal. And the only reason why is because we're only 17 square miles, and I think the last count was 280. So do we have enough realistic housing for homeless in the next 5 years? And we don't. 2, the homeless population isn't just Burbank residents, because that would be my priority, is to fight hard to reduce the homeless population of Burbank residents. But the reality is we can't do that. A lot of our homelessness are transitory, that they get tired of being harassed in LA and they filter into the city of Burbank, and they'll find their cubby holes because Burbank is a safer city. And when you look at the environmental issues across our country, like Tennessee that just got wiped out, when they know that in the state of California, you have an opportunity for free housing, if you maybe go to Long Beach or LA, you can get $1,000 stipend to help you out. So I really don't feel that 50% is realistic, because economic situation could change. But most important, we have to take into the equation of that goal of 50% that it's not 50% of 280 people today. I like to see a different type of metric that takes into account that they're transitory. And we'll have people from other parts of LA, other parts of the county. I mean, statistically, when they passed the Measure HH, majority of the homeless people and that money went to LA City and Palmdale. They didn't take into account the smaller cities. So I really would like to revisit that to have a more realistic 5-year type of metric. But difference of opinion, Councilmember Schultz, is because of the large transitory migration of homeless people that do visit our city looking for shelter and safety, I don't know if that's going to be realistic that we can really expect 50% when we don't even have the housing. So those are my 2 cents to share in the conversation. I see Councilmember Anthony waiting to join in. Please join in.
I would ask Councilmember Schultz, you want 50% reduction in 5 years. Would you be amenable to changing the motion to a 10% reduction each year beginning in 2023? So every time we do a count, our goal is 10% reduction. That way we have a clear thing. If we're above or below a little bit each year, we can feel it out, and that way we're guiding ourselves.
Hang on, Councilmember Schultz. Let Councilmember Springer, and then you'll get the mic, sir. She's been eagerly waiting.
Well, I actually don't think a 50% reduction is unrealistic. I mean, Mr. Gonzalez, how many 110 have you've helped with shelter or you reunited them with their families? And so I feel like we need to have an ambitious goal, and I hope that LA City also adopts such an ambitious goal of a reduction of 50%. And maybe that's what it takes is that kind of goal, and we just figure out how to do it. And whether it's a separate statement or if it's incorporated into the others is fine with me.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Schultz to defend his positions. Go ahead,
Yes,
Vice
thank
Mayor.
you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes what happens if you set a goal and you don't reach it, you fail. It's 50% and you only get 45% or 40%. We came close, but we didn't meet our goal. So sometimes that gives you a feeling of, at least I see it, we didn't meet our goal, so we failed, right? Despite of the gains that we made. And through every year, it's not going to be 280 every year. It might be 320 next year. So it's 50% of what in a 5-year period? Because of the transitory nature, like the mayor mentioned, of these homeless people. LA City just implemented a measure saying that homeless people can't take up their sidewalks, right? So some of those are going to be moving into Burbank because we don't have such a thing. And like the mayor mentioned, and we're a safer city. So they're going to be transitioning into Burbank. We're right next door to each other. So yeah, I would like to what Councilmember Anthony proposed, maybe a smaller bite at the apple and try and make the success every year, which would be great. So we'll see. We'll see what Councilmember Schultz has to offer now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Schultz. You got the mic to defend your points. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I don't view it as a defense as much as a good debate among colleagues. And I appreciate everything you've had to say. And Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. There is a transitory nature to homelessness. What I would suggest is that, let me back up. I have a personal goal and I'd love to see us cut it in half, but my goal doesn't matter. And that's why I wanted to present it as a policy statement so that the council as one body could reach consensus. So I appreciate you all entertaining the discussion because it's important that we collectively reach that goal. I believe that if we were to pass this as a policy statement, one of the things that we'd be telling council staff is not only to, as Councilmember Springer said, reconnect our homeless population with family and supportive services, but to seriously explore options of finding beds in Burbank. And personally, I do think that's something that we need to explore. With all of that said, as far as the goal, I'm certainly amenable to any other ideas. My only comment directly back to you, Councilmember Anthony, is setting a goal of 10% every year. I like it, but it might very well play into what the mayor is talking about, in that there are other circumstances that might lead to a surge one year versus another. And by the way, the reason I didn't use the 2020 number, and I was proposing that we use the 2022 count, is that I anticipate that with the eviction moratorium likely to end, we're going to see a larger homeless population in Los Angeles County, regrettably. And so I think that that should be our baseline. But I don't want to belabor the point, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say, being the history buff that I am, at the beginning of the 60s, John F. Kennedy said we're going to go to the moon. And a lot of folks didn't believe that that was something we could accomplish. And we did, because we thought big. And Mr. Vice Mayor, you raise an excellent point, sir. I had thought a lot about, before bringing this up, what it would mean to set a goal and what if we failed. But I also think that this is the time to dream big. We have to, because this is one of the greatest crises that we're facing. And I think that we need to provide that direction to our community, to our staff. And it shows the community that we have skin in the game, because we're setting that goal. Now, if you want to say up to 50%, or if you have another play on words, I am absolutely open to that conversation. But personally, I think that we should be looking at it in terms of a reduction goal within the 5-year period. And I think we need to dream big.
Here's where I am supportive of Councilmember Anthony's 10%. I have ongoing experience working with homelessness with my current employer. I do work with CityNet, which is a outreach that the railroad contracts out to bring services. And I've been working with the city of Anaheim. So we'll go in there with CityNet. We'll offer them beds. Most of them turn us down. So we kick them off railroad property, clean the encampment. They go on city property. The city turns around and kicks them out. And within 1 week, there's new people that came in. That eventually will work its way to Burbank. That's why this is realistic. This is what I'm dealing. It's not about, I appreciate the dream, don't get me wrong, and I want to think big, but I'm also looking at the reality, our resources, and the expectations. I rather have real achievable goals that we can improve on, and that's why when Councilmember Anthony said 10%, I think that's realistic, because we just had a major encampment cleanup between the city of Burbank and Chatsworth. And the county supervisor, Captain Barger, paid. And I know CityNet was there with other social workers providing services, but they're slowly coming back. And it's different, folks. And it's all along the railroad right-of-ways. So I just coming at it more of a realistic of what we can achieve and looking at the situation moving forward. So those are my 2 cents. Councilmember Anthony?
I'll put this on Councilmember Schultz's plate. I mean, I believe, just feeling the room, you're going to get 3 votes if you go for the 50% in 5 years, which is a lofty goal, and I'm fully supportive of that. I believe, though, if you want to amend to the 10% each year, and it's ongoing, right? It's past 2027. It'll be a policy that we have in perpetuity. I believe you might be able to get 5-0 votes. So it's up to you, but I'll be supportive of either motion.
So I have a question. Like, if it's 10% a year, it will be 50% in 5 years. So the goal will have been achieved.
Well, multiplicatively, it'll be less and less each year, but it'll be close to 50%.
Can I add something?
I feel like we're doing. I feel like we
Yes,
are
please.
achieving that. I mean, I see people. I mean, I don't see them anymore on the street, and I know that Street Plus has gotten them shelter or reunited them, and I think we can do it.
Can I just clarify a question I have?
Yes, please.
So if it's 10% per year of the prior year's number, and the number continues to increase, say we don't meet that goal for that year, then that number continues to go up even though our goal is the same, correct? Is that what you're proposing? So it may not be 50% over 5 years because if the number continues to go up. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Councilmember Schultz or Anthony, why don't you answer that question?
Yeah, it would fluctuate with the times because like the mayor is proposing, if there's a sudden surge one year, I don't want to base it off the previous 2 years. So like if we come back, here's my only issue with the 50%, even though I'm supportive of it. If 2022's numbers are askew, either really high or really low, we're not going to get an accurate representation over 5 years, right? We're banking on 2022's numbers being an accurate spot in time that we can base 5 years off of. Whereas an ongoing goal of 10%, we reassess every year, and it's in perpetuity. We see what we're working on. What are our benefits? Did we meet the 10? Did we go over? Are we successful? Great. Keep doing that. Keep working on it. What did we fail on if we're under? That kind of thing. So that's why I propose it.
Can I interject too, if you don't mind?
Yes, please, join.
Your camera's
not. I know I'm going to do it. Sorry, I'm putting my camera on, and I appreciate you are indulging me for a moment. Just listening to debating and can we achieve this or can we achieve that? One of the things about doing a percentage of the 2022 number, whether it's 50%, 40%, whatever you choose, you can have success even if your homeless numbers keep going up. Because it's not about, maybe Councilmember Schultz wanted it to be about reducing the overall number, but if you say we're going to try to house 50% of our 2022 numbers by 2027, and say our number's 300, that means in that 5-year period, we have housed 150 people, and we can track that. You can accomplish that even though your homeless number may continue to rise. It may go down, but it may rise. So when you talk about the 10%, it's going to be hard. How do you judge that year to year? Because are you judging you're going to house 10% each year? Or are you judging that you want to reduce your numbers by 10? So I think part of what I'm hearing is maybe, I'm just saying, think about, are you trying to reduce the number or are you trying to reduce or are you trying to increase how many people we house? So even when you were saying the 10%, I wasn't sure if you meant you wanted to reduce 10% or you want to house 10% every year, because there is a big difference. But I think if you're talking about housing, whether it's the 50 or 10, you can measure that and your numbers could continue to go up. And then your 10% is going to become larger every year and it may get more difficult. It actually may be easier to achieve the 50% of your static number. Because if you go 300 and you do 10%, that's 30. And the next year, if your numbers go up to 350, then you have to house 35 people. So it actually could end up being more. So I think it just depends what you want to do. When you really think about it, it's like anything we do. When you play with statistics, it's how you write it makes a difference. So I'm just saying, in terms of your ability to meet it, it might almost be easier with that original static number. But it doesn't matter what you choose, because what you're really saying is you're going to try to house a certain percentage every year. And so maybe that's just as important, so you don't leave doing all of it in year 5. So thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, top lawyer. All right, Councilmember Schultz, you want to close up and then we'll call for the vote, see where it lands?
I think.
I see Vice Mayor followed by Councilmember Springer.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Councilman, Ms. Springer. I was going to mention something, and it's real good to explain this too, that when we do a homeless count, and just looking at the 2020 numbers, what we do is we count two numbers. We count the sheltered and the unsheltered. And to the city attorney's point is that when we house someone in temporary shelters, that number will still continue to grow because it's not considered a permanent housing placement. So then we'll still have more numbers growing if we're building more shelters or interim housing. So I would like to also maybe suggest that maybe we look at the unsheltered population, as that's our goal that we need to reduce by 50% in the next 5 years versus the 2020 291 total population. Because then as we're sheltering more unsheltered, then we're really getting people off the streets.
I like that better because that's exactly what the residents want us to do, is to, take care of the homeless and give them the shelter, but, they don't want to see them in the park or on the sidewalk. So I like Marcos's idea. Sharon Springer, go ahead, ma'am.
Trying to point out that Mr. Gonzalez had a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez. You had a comment?
No, my comment, I just shared it. Thank you.
You got it. If there's no more comments, Vice Mayor, did you want to weigh in? If not, I'm going to...
No, I was just making the same point that Mr. Gonzalez was.
Okay. So, Councilmember Anthony, go ahead before I give it to Councilmember Schultz.
I would just say I'd be supportive if Councilmember Schultz wanted to amend his 50% over 5 years to the unsheltered population.
You're the maker of the motion. You have the mic, sir. Your points.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everybody. Yes, I agree that the unsheltered is really where we need to be directing our efforts, and we can get into the nuance of 10% versus 50%. But I swear I did not talk to the city attorney about this, but perhaps decent minds think alike. But I really believe this is not some outlandish goal, Mr. Mayor. This is something we can accomplish. And you can clearly tell I'm a huge fan of JFK. He has this quote, I have it written down here on my desk, and he says, every accomplishment starts with the decision to try. And that's all I'm asking that we do. I think we should. I think 50% is actionable. So let's do it.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, Madam City Clerk, may you call for the vote?
Wait, sorry.
JFK, that's a high bar.
You want to make sure he amended his motion to say unsheltered, so you want to make sure your second agrees with that?
The second, I don't remember who
That
called.
was my second.
Councilmember
Do you agree with it, Councilmember Anthony? I see yes. Okay. Thank you for point of order, top lawyer. Madam City Top Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes, absolutely.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
Yes, without a doubt.
Mayor Frutos.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Great debate. Sorry, Nick, she's still my top lawyer. Your second top lawyer.
She's a better lawyer.
Okay. What other direction do you need from us, Marco? Hang on, stand by, Marcos. Councilmember Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, just 2 quick points, more big picture things. Councilmember Schultz alluded to it in his motion of mentioning, he used the word unhoused as opposed to the homeless. Marcus and Ms. Terry-Geshian, in your advocacy talking to people working on these issues, I know the word homelessness is that's a key phrase. Everyone uses it. It's pretty universal. But in referring to the individuals experiencing the homelessness, I have seen change. I have seen a big change from calling them homeless to unhoused. Have we had a discussion about changing that terminology in our paperwork? Like, have we discussed that at all, or are we just sticking with homeless?
Well, I can answer part of what we consider homelessness under the definition, under the as authorized by McKinney-Vento. So that's what we base our homeless status under the definitions, the true definition of homelessness. And I mean, I can also say that our expert around homelessness and addressing The key is Bob Newman, who is also new to the city team, and he can also answer a lot of those questions about, well, are you, and determine who's truly homeless and who's perhaps just a transient coming through, sleeping in their car, going on to another city.
I see Bob is on the line. Bob, what are your thoughts on that phrase, unhoused? Is it gaining popularity? Would it mess with any of our terminology or work with the county if we changed the wording?
Good evening, Council. Pleasure to be here with you guys. No, I don't think it would. And you're right about that. Is a terminology that's used. And I would be for using it. I think the key is obviously is the results, right? So we have, Marcos mentioned 110. The number is actually 115. And so I like to pursue that 50% goal and whatever terminology we use, as long as we get the people off the streets. So, but I think the terminology is perfectly fine and appropriate.
Ms. Terry-Geshian, did you have an idea on that, or?
I have worked with, thank you for the question, because I think about it a lot, to be honest, how I refer to, I think one of the council members said unhoused neighbors, and that's really what I believe. People who are not living in houses are people who are neighbors. They don't have a house. Unhoused, I think, makes sense, and a lot of organizations are switching to that language right now. But to be honest, a lot aren't. So it depends on just kind of how we want to present the work that we're doing. I think it makes sense to switch over to saying unhoused instead of homeless individuals.
And if I may, some groups, it's unhoused, and other people are using unsheltered. And that itself creates a debate, because just as Marcos was explaining, there are those that feel housing should be the goal and not shelter. And there's those that believe shelter should be the goal at this point to get people off the streets. So I think even using those terms can create a debate on what your goal is. And I'm not saying that it should be one or the other. I just wanted you to realize there really is this whole thing about what's the word. I think we're moving away from the use of the term homeless when we're speaking about individuals. But I think part of what's happening is some people are using unhoused, some people are using unsheltered, and I think it comes from what their philosophical bent might be or the agenda that they're pursuing. So just, it's not quite as easy as one might think to pick a word. So just thank you.
Mr. Prescott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Councilmember Anthony and other members of the council, we will, going forward in the development of the updated homelessness action plan, we will be sensitive to the words that we use and be sure that we choose the appropriate word for the context in which we're discussing it. Homelessness may be an appropriate term, an unhoused person may be an appropriate term, and we'll be sensitive to when that is appropriate.
I've seen, like, the phrase homelessness. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. Like, that is an overarching idea of what we're dealing with. I think it's when we discuss the individuals and you know, to Marcus's discussion earlier about sheltered and unsheltered, we already split people into those groups. So I don't think using the phrase unsheltered as a general term is going to help us. That'll confuse the situation. But I've seen, just personally in my own work with other groups, unhoused has become more of a, I don't want to say popular, but more common use. So bringing the final plan forward, if the council agrees with me, I'd like to see the use of unhoused, you know, more frequently and more readily than a homeless person or the homeless, that kind of thing.
Can I make a suggestion,
Yes.
Councilman?
Yes, please.
Yes. What I'm thinking is when we do the report, we will have definitions, and we can add those definitions within the report. And as we go through the process, we can continue to define those and then add those definitions in the final plan. And then that kind of will clear up when we use a specific word, what we're referring to. And I think that that might just be helpful when we get the plan together.
Okay, council members, if we can wrap up this agenda item and move on to our next agenda item.
Just one last.
Yes,
real
sir.
quick
Go
thing.
ahead.
Madam City Attorney, during our subcommittee, I asked you a question about what's going on with LA's new ordinance and how it differs from ours. Could you just repeat what you had said for the public, why our ordinance is so very different from the atrocious piece of legislation that LA passed just a couple weeks ago?
So, I mean, Los Angeles's ordinance is similar to what some other cities are attempting to do, and most of them, I believe, are in litigation. And the ordinance is, LA's ordinance just says you can't sleep, can't leave personal belongings, anything in these. They list specific areas, which are mainly like sidewalks, driveways, exit entrances to buildings. There's an enumerated number of those. And then it says the council, through a resolution process, can designate specific areas. Like, so some possibilities could be that they'll ban, any kind of camping, sleeping, gathering stuff within so many feet of possibly schools or libraries or parks. So, but that has to go through a process at the city council. Other cities have done similar things, and as I said, many of them have been sued, not all of them, depending on how far the ordinances go and how far anti-camping. What we've done in our city is we adopted a nuisance ordinance that allows and calls for that we will work with people before we actually take action. And like LA's didn't say that. They keep saying we're not going to criminalize it. We're not going to do things until people have been offered housing or offered services, but that's not what the ordinance doesn't say that. So our whole program is very different, and it's described in the staff report. And the point behind our program is we do tie it to services that we, under the Boise, which is a federal decision out of the Ninth Circuit, that we need to be sure before we criminalize anything that we're offering services. We don't tend to bring criminal prosecution against someone except at a very, very, very last resort. What we're really doing is trying to get people, as Bob has as you know, really has done, and our other partners when he was with Street Plus, getting people into shelter or into transitional housing or into the rehab program they need. And I don't want to ignore our MET team because they've also been invaluable in dealing with our population of homeless people, unsheltered or unhoused, and especially where they have mental health illnesses and trying to get them into programs. So I would say we have a very, very different type of ordinance. It's not an anti-camping ordinance. It's a preventing nuisances, preventing things to get out of hand in certain areas of our city, but always coupled with offering those services, making sure we have some place for someone to go, and just starting those connections. And we like to almost say that we're much smaller scale than LA, but it's really trying to solve the problem one person at a time. Thank you,
Madam City Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, council members. Let's move on to the next report.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
We need to take a vote still.
Oh, so sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Who would like to make the motion to take the vote?
I can, Mr. Mayor, although I saw Councilmember Springer's hand up.
Okay, Councilmember Springer?
Oh, I was just going to say, all this conversation, we had an unhoused resident, and he didn't like that. He wanted to be called displaced. So we could go on forever.
Yeah, let's try to close this agenda item.
Yeah,
I think.
Closed. Yeah.
So if I get a motion to take an action and then move on to the next agenda item. Councilmember Schultz?
Yes, I move to direct staff to develop a 5-year homelessness plan spanning from 2022 to 2027. Second, to approve the homeless policy statements that were discussed tonight, all 7, that will be the guiding principles in the planning process. Third, to accept a grant of $100,000 from Providence St. Joseph Medical Center for our homelessness efforts. Thank you to them again for that. And lastly, to amend our fiscal year 2021-2022 budget as specified to appropriate these grant funds.
And do I have a second? I see Vice Mayor rose his hand for a second. Any further discussion on the motion, council members? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
and Mayor Frutos.
Yes,
Thank
motion carries 5-0. Thank you, council members. Great debate on this topic. Next agenda item. The next report is for approval of a parking management plan for the downtown Burbank Metrolink station. Will Assistant Community Development Director David Kriske please present this report? Welcome to our meeting.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. David Kriske with Community Development Department. Tonight, the Council is being asked to consider approving a parking management plan and implementation plan for the downtown Burbank Metrolink station and to approve some additional an ordinance and a resolution to support the implementation of the plan. I have a very brief presentation to give some background on where we've come from in this, and then I'll open it up for questions and discussion. And can you see my presentation? So this evening's presentation, I'd like to go over 4 items tonight. First, I'd like to give a brief background on previous City Council direction with parking management in the downtown Metrolink station. I'd like to give an overview of the proposed parking management plan that is before you this evening. I'd like to outline the steps that the council would need to take tonight in order to proceed with the implementation and then finish with the recommendation. So first, the City Council has taken several actions to support parking management generally and at the Metrolink station. Back in May of 2019, the City Council adopted 6 parking management principles. These 6 principles guide the City Council and staff in how parking is managed and implemented throughout the city in different areas of the community. Following up on that, the City Council asked that the staff begin implementing parking management first at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station. And in February of 2020, the City Council approved a plan for that management and directed staff to begin implementation. Unfortunately, with COVID-19, we had to take a little bit of a different direction with our implementation plan, and staff came back to you in November of 2020 with an update of our proposed approach, scaling back some elements of our implementation and proposing a phased implementation that would expand as ridership returned due to COVID receding. And so now we're back to you today in August of 2021 with that plan that we're proposing to seek City Council's approval. So the City Council, in adopting parking management for the Metrolink station, identified 4 parking management objectives that we're pursuing through this implementation. First, they asked that we ensure that there's always convenient parking for Metrolink users. The Metrolink parking's primary function is to provide convenient parking and access to transit, particularly Metrolink, and then that's the primary objective of managing the parking. With that being said, because there is significant parking available around the Metrolink station, that if number 1 can be ensured, that number 2, which is to allow non-transit users to park at the station, should also be supported, since those destined to park near the station may be actually going to other businesses or other uses around the station and not necessarily taking transit. The council asked thirdly that a parking management be imposed to discourage long-term abuse of the Metrolink station parking, particularly the tendency for some people to leave cars there for extended periods of time, abandon cars at the station, and other nuisances that detract from the primary function of providing parking for transit. And then finally, number 4, with parking managed, the council wanted to know if there was surplus parking available at the Metrolink, that if we're managing it properly, is there parking left over for other uses, either to support additional uses to be developed around the train station or to support downtown Burbank in general. The council wanted to see if there was surplus parking that could be put to use in other ways. The City Council also directed us to pursue, and the parking management plan before you tonight is set up in kind of these broad 5 elements. This is kind of the overall strategy for how we would manage the parking at the Metrolink station. First, our management strategy would be to use pricing to manage the station and to set pricing in such a way that we're always ensuring that there's some occupancy at the station no matter when you're arriving there. Previous to COVID-19, as you know, there are periods of time during the day when all of the parking was utilized, and that didn't allow for transit users to conveniently park and take a train. And so the primary goal is to always maintain that there's some occupancy available at the station at all times a day. And then in concert with that, to deter some of the abuses that I mentioned before. So those are the 2 overall strategies that we're proposing to pursue with implementation of the parking management. The pricing structure that we're proposing as part of this plan is 2 components. There would be a daily parking rate offered that folks could pay online from their car or at a kiosk located near the ticket vending machines. And then a free or reduced rate for regular monthly Burbank resident transit riders who can show that they're taking transit regularly. They would be offered a separate monthly rate that would be heavily discounted or free from that daily rate. The control and enforcement of the parking management, the primary enforcement tool that we would use would be the license plate of the vehicle parked at the station. The license plate would be used to track whether somebody's paid, whether they've been there for too long of a time. We're wanting to utilize the idea that the parking, the license plate is the primary credential for you to park at a parking lot. And we want to try that out here at the Metrolink station. And then Burbank Police Parking Control Officers would be using that information to enforce the parking rules at the station. As far as the management structure, we're proposing a private operator provide the equipment and services necessary to implement all of this, with the exception of the enforcement. So a parking operator would install and maintain the hardware and kiosks. They would install and maintain the online system. They'd make sure that everything is in working order. They'd provide all the reporting and revenue collection and the license plate database to track and manage the station. And then finally, these costs would be paid through a contract with that operator, and that contract would be paid by transportation local return funds, the same sorts of funds that are used to support transit and support the Metrolink station. And as revenue was collected from parking fees, that would offset some of the costs to maintain the management system. Obviously, with the reduced usage at the station, the revenues wouldn't offset the full cost, and so there would be an impact to the Metrolink station budget. So if the City Council wishes to pursue the parking management plan that we've been talking about over the last several months, including the what's before you tonight, you would be required to take 3 actions, and I'll go over each of those. You would be required to amend the Burbank Municipal Code, and there's an ordinance that is for your consideration to introduce tonight. You would be required to approve the parking management plan and establish the fees that we've talked about in the presentation tonight through a resolution, and applying those items to the Metrolink station parking. And then finally, you would need to procure a parking operator, and I'll go over all 3 of these items now. First, amending the Burbank Municipal Code. This proposed amendment would add new parking regulations for public parking lots in line with your parking management principles and in the implementation of parking management that I've been describing. It would define fees in line with the council approved parking management principles. So you may recall one of your parking management principles is to use pricing to manage turnover and demand, but only to set the price in a way that achieves the occupancy goal that you wish. So we're not setting prices to raise revenue. We're setting prices to regulate parking and to achieve that occupancy. And so the ordinance falls in line with that, with those principles. The ordinance would set overall operational rules and penalties for public parking lots, and it would remove outdated regulations that are currently in our code that talk about parking meter districts, which we haven't used for 30 or 40 years and are out of date. When we come back with step 2 of parking management to potentially move on to on-street management, we would come back to you with another ordinance at that time to bring that up to current standards. Action 2 would be approving a resolution of the City Council to establish the fees for the Metrolink station parking only and to set the 85% occupancy goal. As I mentioned, the daily passes would be offered and available at the station either at a kiosk or can be paid online via smartphone, and you could use cash at the kiosk or credit card online to make that daily payment. And then a discounted monthly pass or free monthly pass would be offered online and could be offered to Burbank residents who are transit users. And then finally, action 3 would be to procure the services of parking operator. And we're asking you to approve an agreement, which is part of your staff report, with L&R Auto Parks, Inc. They would be hired to operate the kiosks and collect the cash and credit fees. They would be tracking the license plates of cars that paid for the parking. They'd provide the application we need for Burbank Police parking control officers to conduct enforcement. And as I mentioned, Burbank Police Parking Control would be enforcing the lot using resources that they currently utilize to patrol the station and downtown Burbank. We're proposing this evening for a 1-year contract with 2 one-year options. And the reason for this relatively shorter term is to try out and begin the phased implementation that we talked about last November, but also be able to pivot if ridership changes dramatically or we learn things about parking management and it requires us to change our approach or adjust our approach. We have a very flexible contract that's being proposed. The first year cost for that contract would be $118,500. The second and third years are a little bit less than that. And some of those costs are offset by the revenues, as I mentioned, that we collect plus other fees. This is a not to exceed fee. Some of the fees included in this overall cost are based on actual services needed to manage the station. So for example, if we're a little slow in usage at the station and we don't collect a lot of cash revenue, the labor to do that, for instance, would be less than what's in this $118,000. And so it could be less per year. This is the not to exceed price. And as I mentioned, this would be paid for with transportation local return funds that have been budgeted as part of the annual budget, and that the revenues, that revenues would reduce some of this cost. Of course, with lower ridership and lower usage, we're not going to get a lot of revenue, but as transit ridership returns, those revenues would increase and would hopefully offset more of the costs over time. So as staff mentioned back in November of 2020, when we brought to you this update, we think that this approach, this phased implementation, it prepares us for a post-COVID parking demand. It allows us to hire the operator, install the hardware, get the online system going, establish this idea of performance pricing, which is very important for all of our parking management, and then to test kind of the concepts of enforcement by license plate. And this allows us to test these principles before we roll them out to downtown Burbank, which is where the council asked us to go next after the Metrolink station. And then when parking demand returns, when COVID is reduced and when transit is back and when Metrolink is providing more service again, that price would be adjusted for the 65 to 85% occupancy goal. As I mentioned, right now we're way above 85% occupancy, or way below. We're not very not a lot of usage today, and we're proposing a basic $1 daily rate to deter abuse. But as demand returns and the occupancy approaches the 85%, then we would be adjusting the price accordingly to maintain 85%. When parking demand returns also, we would begin to look at some of the items that we originally proposed to you back in February of 2020, which the idea we had is to implement the more interactive and automatic Metrolink ticket validation, parking validation, and to potentially identify surplus parking for TOD opportunities around the station. But those number 2 and number 3 there can't really happen until parking and transit demand returns, because that revenue and that usage needs to support the more fuller implementation of parking management at the Metrolink station. So we continue to believe that this phased approach is the recommended path forward to implement parking management while still responding to COVID. So if the council wished to continue and approve and move on with parking management, these would be the next steps in the overall timeline. Tonight, you would be approving the parking management plan, the fee resolution, and introducing the ordinance to make the necessary municipal code changes. We'd come back to you at our next meeting in September to adopt the ordinance, and we'd also ask you to approve a supplemental resolution that would clarify the penalties for overstaying or not paying at the station. We would be bringing those in line with other similar penalties for other parts of the city, but we need to do that carefully because of how state law requires us to set up penalties for parking. And so we would bring that back to you at your next meeting. And if you approved the ordinance and the reso at that time, then startup activities would begin in October and would last about 3 months. And then we could be beginning management right around the end of the year in late December. And the contract 1-year period would start at that point for a 1-year revenue period. And then we'd have the 2-year contract options beyond that. So in conclusion, staff
Mr. Kriske, I want to interrupt you real quick. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to be sure that, Mr. Kriske, when you were talking to the council about adopting the resolution, I'm not sure that you mentioned there was we gave them a new resolution that came out yesterday with a short memo explaining that, and that's the resolution that they need to be adopting tonight. Right, so just so all the council is aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. Kriske, please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Yes, thank you. And just to wrap up this evening, staff's recommendation is to do the 3 things that have been outlined for you this evening. We recommend that you introduce the ordinance related to public parking. We request that you adopt a resolution establishing fees at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station. And we ask that you approve the attached operations and maintenance agreement with L&R Auto Parks, Inc. To manage and operate the parking management.
Thank you.
And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great. If you can turn off the presentation, I'd like to see the council. Great. Council members, before we continue, please double check. I want to make sure everybody, just with the nod, you have the corrected, amended, dated today, August 24th, from the city manager, correct? Everybody has this? Okay, great. I take that it's a 5. We all have it. So Councilmember Anthony, please continue. You wanted to lead the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kriske. Excellent presentation. I remember years ago when we first started this at the Transportation Commission. This discussion has taken a very winding way to get to where we are today. I have a couple of questions. First, why do we call it performance pricing?
Sorry about that. We call it performance pricing because it's important that the pricing be set to meet a performance goal and not just to raise revenue. And so in this case, the performance goal, the performance pricing, is the price that is necessary to maintain the occupancy goal that you have. In this case, we're proposing 85%. So, yes.
Sorry, and to say the performance, we're asking the people who are parking their cars to perform specific actions. We're trying to change behavior, not increase revenue.
Right. So we're asking that the price be set to maintain the 85% occupancy, and that price can be adjusted administratively as we measure the occupancy at the station and respond to whether it's approaching 85, in which case we might need to raise the price. If it's falling below 85, then you would lower the price.
How often would you do those reviews and change the price?
We think right now, with everything being pretty static, probably we'd not see too many changes, but we could see that if we start seeing demand return, that we think maybe 4 times a year, we'd be measuring and then adjusting. We could, in theory, do it more often than that, but we want to also balance kind of not catching people off guard with radical changes. So we kind of think that maybe 4 months is probably the amount of time that we may be measuring and then adjusting. And then as we hit equilibrium with the occupancy, then things would not be changing at that point unless something about ridership changed.
Okay. The license plate. So over in Glendale, they charge you by the space, like you put in the space number and that's how they keep track of it. How does the kiosk know what your license plate is? Are you putting in your license plate?
Yes. So you're either putting in your license plate at the kiosk or you're putting in your license plate online. If you are paying online, you can set up kind of a profile with the system, and then it will know over time. You can come back and kind of log in and pay, and it will know. So this is called pay by plate as opposed to pay by space. Pay by space is not quite as efficient for enforcement, and it's can be a little bit cumbersome for the user because they're at a different space potentially every time, and they have to make sure they know the space when they're going to the kiosk. Or if they're online in their car, they got to get out and look and then put it in.
I have done that. I walk all the way to the kiosk and go, wait, what was my number again?
Yes. So we're hoping that, the first time you might not realize you need your license plate. And, a lot of people don't memorize their license plate. We're going to have lots of good signage as part of this so that people will know this is pay by plate, hopefully steering people to online so you can pay in your car and then it's done. And then you're walking to the train. One part of this is we want to minimize or reduce the friction that it takes to get from your car to your train. We don't want to make it more inconvenient. So we don't want to add an extra cumbersome step. And we thought that pay by plate was a good balance between convenience and not a lot of capital. The most convenient would probably be pay on exit, meaning you just go and you park and then you pay when you leave. But that requires...
Like there would be an arm or something?
Yes, that it require much more hardware and is not something we think we can support at this time given the conditions at the station.
If I park my car, say I haven't paid my ticket, can I park my car, see my train, run and get on my train, and then on my phone go online and pay for my plate that day?
Yes, we will be setting a grace period to allow you to park and then have a little time to be able to pay. And this will be another bit of a learning curve to figure out what's an appropriate grace period at a Metrolink station. But in theory, yeah, you could get on the train, realize, oh no, I forgot to pay. You have your phone. Hopefully you know your plate or you're a regular rider and you can make that transaction.
Okay. And then my only other question is, you want discount monthly passes offered to Burbank residents. Would they have to show their driver's license to prove they're a Burbank resident? How are you going to enforce that?
So we would implement the monthly pass similar to how we're implementing our new residential permit program. So you would prove your residency with some identification or a credential that proves that you live there. It can be a utility bill. It can be really anything that shows that you're a Burbank resident. And then also show us that you're a regular transit rider. So provide us a copy of, say, the previous month's Metrolink pass or series of passes that show you're a regular rider. And then that puts you into the system and allows you to purchase the monthly permit.
Okay, so if I'm not riding the train, I can't just come in and get a parking pass and be like, well, I just want to park there all the time. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and I like the idea of a previous pass, so they can't just go down and buy one real quick and be like, hey, I want to get it. Okay, yeah, this is great. I mean, this is a lot of the stuff we were talking about back on Transportation Commission, and I'm glad we put in all of this stuff. I think it's going to be flexible. I think it's going to change behavior, and I think it's going to protect transit riders who need a space, right? The train's coming. I want to park nearby. I got to get a space and go. And, before COVID, you get there and it's all full. And it's people who are, strolling downtown. It's people who are parked 72 hours. Like, that needs to be a protected space. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Any other council member wish to weigh in? Councilmember Springer, followed by Councilmember Schultz.
I think that the parking for transit users, at least for now, should be free. I think it will help us reach our greenhouse gas reduction goals, and it will encourage people to use transit. And then as our public transportation, first mile, last mile transportation gets better, then maybe I don't know how to manage it, but charge just to encourage them to use the first mile, last mile transportation. But I think a lot of the parking before was used by local businesses, especially on that one lot, like on the central casting side. I mean, it was usually stuffed. Whereas on this side, the downtown Burbank side, it was less, though. I mean, it could definitely fill up. So I think free for transit riders for now.
Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for bringing up that point, Councilmember Springer. My first question for staff is central casting. I know that they were a contributing factor to the packed lot. My understanding is that may not be as much of an issue moving forward.
Yes, I have noticed, and we checked, that they've actually moved to downtown. So they're actually on this side of the tracks. And so that will be a demand lifted from the Metrolink lot.
And Mr. Kriske, could you also, in the staff report and in the slide, there was reference to, the parking utilization data from 2017 and 2019. I don't want to take long, but can you just give me a little more of an explanation? How many days was staff out there? Tell me a little bit more about the methodology for that data. And importantly, have you done anything similar since the pandemic hit?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So we, in support of our efforts for this, we've taken two surveys of the Metrolink station parking. We took an earlier survey in 2017 and then a later one in 2019 as part of a actual downtown-wide parking utilization study. What we did is we hired a consultant to go out several times over several days to take occupancy counts of all of the parking lots at the station. And pre-COVID, they showed that occupancy at certain times of the day exceeded 85, at 95, got to 100%, particularly the large lot to the west, such that it would fill up by the time that folks that were maybe taking a mid-morning train would not have a place to park. We also, through observations, observed at least some portion of those parkers were not transit users. They left the station away from the train and were going headed towards the businesses to the south. I think conservatively, we estimated maybe 20% were doing that. I kind of think it may have been higher when it was really peaky with lots of usage, but that's harder to gauge because it's really just observational. So we had kind of a minimum level for that. Since COVID, we haven't done any formal study of utilization because it's been so low that you can see that it's nothing. I mean, I would say maybe 30 to 50 cars out of the 470, just eyeballing it from me going by there. So we haven't done a formal count because it's been so low that it's just clearly below 85%. And so that's why we have the two criteria. One is the 85% occupancy level, but then the other is kind of to deter the abuse, to at least charge a nominal fee so that the lot is used as it's intended. That's what we're proposing.
Thank you. And just one final question before I make a few comments, the cost of the program. So I think in your slide and in the report, you mentioned the first year cost. Do we have the cost projected out over 3 years?
Yes, that's in your staff report. And if not in your staff report, yes, it's in your staff report, page 6. So 118,456 for year one, $100,045 for year two, and $105,378 for year three. As I mentioned, some of that is offset with revenue, and also some of that at a very bare minimum, it accounts for credit card transaction fees that are only charged based on taking transactions. So we kind of estimate, and kind of the goal was to get the average 3-year cost under $100,000. So if you back out the credit card fees, which are paid only by transaction, you get the price that's just below $100,000.
Thank you very much. I want to echo and put a little wrinkle on what Councilmember Springer said. I think that free right now makes sense, and that's because in preparation for this agenda item, I've gone to the lot several times over the last 2 weeks, and every single time it's been less than 50% by my estimation utilization. So I completely understand why council, wanted to study this moving forward, and I absolutely, as far as the ordinance, taking that aside, I'd be supportive of the ordinance. And when ridership and utilization of the parking lot returns to normalcy, I think that it makes sense to have something like this. But here's my concern, and I'll be brief because I'd like to hear from my colleagues. On the one hand, we're going to be adding a cost, even a nominal cost, to folks at a time when we're still in the throes of this pandemic. People are dealing with job loss. The latest numbers came out. We're going to see rent increases, coming up. We had very necessary utility increases this year to pay for critical infrastructure and continued service. But all of it starts to add up. And at least if we could say that it was solving an active problem right now, I'd be supportive of it right now. But right now, I'm not hearing any complaints, and I'm not seeing any issue with people finding parking at that lot. And it just seems like, it may only be $1, but it's still an added cost at a time when people are hurting. And, there's other things that we can't control. We have to make rate increases, but this is something we can control. So I would be supportive of delaying it, whether that's making it free for now or revisiting it in 6 months. I'm not saying never, but right now it just seems to me like an unnecessary increase. The other thing I would just point out is that in addition to that concern, we are operating with a recurring deficit, and we have an excellent plan to get out of that, and we have the American Rescue Plan money. And I'm not suggesting a few $100,000, although it's still a lot of money, is going to break the bank. But my point is that at least from a business sense, this isn't even something that would turn a revenue for the city. So if it's not generating a net profit for the city, if it's potentially causing folks that are using the train, I just have grave concerns about proceeding with it right now. So I would be fine with passing the ordinance to give us those tools moving forward. I'd prefer to table it. And the last thing I'd like to say is I also have concerns that people are just going to park elsewhere and walk it. So yes, it might help with the lot, but I don't know. I think it's going to operate at a loss. So I think for all those reasons, I just don't think the time is now.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is a long overdue. I know we've been talking it for several years, Mr. Krisky. We've been discussing, Metro's done it for several years already. They started out free, and now they're charging all their lots, and they're packed full. So by looking at this phased implementation, at what point in this are you saying we're going to start charging $1? Because we got to implement all these other items, right? Once we go ahead.
No, the staff recommendation would be conduct the startup activities and then begin revenue operations at the end of December, and that would implement the $1. So we would be charging that out the gate, and then reduced or maybe free has been suggested, free price for the monthly transit users, Burbank Transit.
So we're not starting to charge tomorrow. I hope my colleagues understand that. It's going to be at the end of December that we're going to start charging the $1. You can say, how long is this going to be? This COVID, we didn't know that a year ago. We thought it was going to be a couple months. We started seeing some light at the end of the tunnel here in late May, early June. And that light just dimmed and it just turned off. But, and it's not a money maker like Councilmember Schultz says. No, it's not a money maker. It's strictly something to keep the repairs. Somebody's got to pay for that pavement out there. Somebody's got to pay for the striping out there. It's not Metro. It's not Caltrans. It's the city of Burbank. So, if you have a nice facility, people will enjoy it better. They'll visit it more often than something that's got bumps, it's got, holes in the pavement. So, and I agree. It's not a good time, but we're looking at the end of December for implementation of the $1 charge. I don't know if you want to go that way, but I think this is long overdue. We've been talking about it, like Councilmember Anthony, at the transportation. We've been talking at the council level. I've been discussing it with the city manager and Mr. Kriske for about 3 or 4 years. I'm thinking, Metro's doing it. This is Metrolink station stuff. Why can't we be doing the same thing and taking care of our own property? That's my bottom line. It's just not to make money, but to just have money available for the state of good repair. So, if my colleagues wish to not charge going into the 3 months of the new year, all right, maybe we can discuss it maybe up until January, February, March of 2022. And then we'll move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Springer?
Mr. Kriske, it's the fee. I mean, I don't expect this. It's just for parking management, right? I don't see there will be a lot of money for asphalt repair or that kind of thing. Do you see it for maintenance? I guess I've always thought of it as parking management, just so the people who use transit will have a place to park, and the people who work there using the city lot would just have to pay a small amount and to manage it so that transit users always have parking available.
Yes, you're actually both right. On the one hand, yes, parking management is to make sure that the parking system is operating efficiently so that people, wherever they're destined to, always have a place to park. And for the Metrolink station, it means somebody taking the train always has a place to park. And we believe that in many instances, such as the Metrolink station, definitely pre-COVID, places like downtown, to do that, you'll need to introduce pricing to make sure that that turnover and that occupancy is available. While the revenue itself is not the objective, the revenue is a side effect of the management. And to what the vice mayor is saying, in our parking management principles, we say that if there is revenue available above and beyond the costs to manage the system, then that money should be reinvested in the asset that you're charging. And in this case, as revenue was increasing and we had revenue above and beyond the management costs at the Metrolink station, then that revenue from the Metrolink station would be put in place to help with the state of good repair. So it's not the primary goal, but we think that if there is revenue that gets kicked off from some of these, that we make sure to keep that revenue local to the asset. What I think people get jaded about is when it just goes into the general fund, because then people think it's just kind of like another tax. No, it's we want to make the parking work for people, and then we want to support the infrastructure that is there for people to use.
Okay, and to start with, at least it's paid for by transportation funds, right?
Yes. So on the one hand, it's not the general fund. It's not in the overall general fund budget. It is transportation funds, which are restricted. Of course, if we used transportation funds, if we didn't use transportation funds for this, there are other transportation needs we have. So there's obviously trade-offs, but it isn't general fund. We're proposing to use Measure Our Local Return for this if it were to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Here's where I kind of sit on this. So with this transportation local return, can this money be used for traffic calming mitigation in other parts of the city?
Yes, it could be used for all sorts of transportation uses. The Measure R is pretty unrestricted other than for transportation.
So my thoughts are, well, I think the merits of this, and I was supportive before COVID-19, but Councilmember Schultz brings up some good points, and so does Councilmember Springer. I've been to the parking lot several times in preparation for this agenda item, but the city lacks enforcement. There's a guy in a motorhome that's closer to Hollywood Piano that's been there for over 2 years. And on Saturdays when I come home from work, he's got his lawn chair out there. Sometimes he's got a vehicle next to it or his bicycle, and the city has never taken any enforcement. So for me to support spending $118,500, I'd rather take that money, leave the parking the way it is. Let's wait till we know that we really need it, because with everybody starting to work from home and there's new ways of working, we don't know if we're ever going to get back again to the way we were. I'd rather take that $118,500 when the proper agenda comes up and really work on traffic calming measures. To me, that's a higher priority for safety transportation throughout the city than spending $118,000 for a machine and to manage a parking lot at a train station currently that's underutilized. And if it's to get rid of folks that are storing cars there, or get rid of people living in a camper, the city hasn't done any enforcement there. So I don't think I can be supporting this agenda item. And I hear the passion from the vice mayor that we it's time, let's work on it. But with everything that has happened in the last couple weeks, I'd rather spend $118,500 to work on traffic calming measures across the city. Those are my thoughts, and that's all I have to say about this item. If somebody wants to make a motion and move it forward, Councilmember Schultz.
Before I do, Mr. Mayor, I just would echo what you said, and I also think that we are dealing with the absence of central casting, which was a contributing factor. But I do think this was time well spent. I think that the ordinance would be a good tool to have in effect moving forward, so the town council, has that ability. But what I would suggest, and before I make a motion, I'm just looking for discussion from my colleagues. I'd be fine to revisit it in 6 months or a year, but the reality is this is a solution for pre-pandemic, and we might very well need it in the future. But as we sit here in 2021, ridership is down, and we don't know if it's a matter of months or years before it's back. So my question, I guess, to the vice mayor is that something that you would perhaps support, sir, if we, I guess there wouldn't be much action to do tonight. The ordinance is just being introduced. But as far as the other items, could we table that and revisit it in a certain period of time?
Yeah, it's up to my colleagues. I mean, obviously I can count already. If it's, whatever we can pass tonight, let's pass tonight and move forward.
I'm in favor
of. We just can't flip on a dime and say, okay, let's do it today.
No,
it takes time. It takes years to get to this point. It just didn't start a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
So I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand that whatever we can pass tonight, let's go ahead and move forward with that, and then revisit any issues that you have concerns with.
I'd like to table this. Let's not, just note and file. I'd like to give direction that we table this maybe in 6 months and revisit it, see where, the use of that parking lot is. It's not just throw out the hard work staff did, but today I can't see myself with everything that's happened in our city. I like to see, working on, at least we got $118,000 to work on traffic calming mitigations, whatever we need to do to make our streets safer to travel on in the future. So I'd like to see somebody make a motion that we table this maybe in 6 months to revisit it. And let's see where we are economically as far as, people traveling by train and see the abuses of the lot if there is any. But David Krisky, sir, go ahead.
Yes, Before you potentially make a motion, and I absolutely understand the sentiment that's being discussed, given the realities of where we are with the ridership. I will say, and want to just add this up for the council's consideration. Back in 2019, you asked us to start with the Metrolink, but then you also asked us to pivot to downtown once Metrolink was up and running. Downtown is a different situation. On the one hand, there's a need even greater for parking management, but on the other hand, there's a lot more outreach and discussion with the community on how we implement parking management there. And if we were to table the Metrolink for a year, 6 months or a year, just be cognizant of, do you want to hold up all of parking management, which I think is still a council priority for the Metrolink, or should we still continue to look at downtown with a lot of what we're doing in downtown on San Fernando with the walkability and with potential changes to downtown Burbank and our complete streets plan? Parking management, I feel, is a very important part of that. So I just would like to see if the council has input on the second part of your previous direction, which was going to downtown Burbank, and how that would relate if you delayed the Metrolink.
Councilman Schultz, I saw your hand up earlier.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is a question for Mr. Kriske, although I certainly wouldn't mind if you weigh in, Mr. Mayor. But my understanding is that if the ordinance, which I understand is just being introduced, it can't be passed tonight, but if it were introduced, it would essentially revise the BMC so that moving forward, if there were another area of town where we wanted to introduce, paid parking, we'd have to introduce the resolution, we'd have to approve an operation agreement. But it seems to me like that's a fair compromise. The code is outdated anyway, and we could pass it. But I'm in complete agreement with you, Mr. Mayor, that I would be in favor of tabling the resolution as it pertains to the downtown Metrolink station and the proposed operations and maintenance agreement.
Here's why I'm cautious to move about downtown Burbank right now. We have actually allowed outdoor dining all the way till December. And all indications I'm getting from talking to the business owners to talking to residents that love the, outdoor dining, that I don't know which way the council's going to go in December. So to me, everything should be on hold until we decide, we already talked about Metrolink, but now we need to decide what's going to happen to downtown Burbank. So why exhaust the monies to do something in downtown when we don't know if we're going to go as a council and make it permanently outdoor dining? And, because a lot of people have expressed that interest. I just don't want to spend more money today not knowing where in December the council might be as far as supporting really, because remember, we did agree on a 5-0 vote before you two gentlemen joined us on the council to basically, in a 20-year plan, return that to a walkable, bikeable, outdoor, dining, shopping experience. So that's why I, as an individual, am just cautious, just because I don't know what we're going to do as a body in December with outdoor dining.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just one more question, and I see my colleagues have hands, so I won't make a motion. But Mr. Kriske, I just want to ask, if staff recommendations 2 and 3 were tabled, but the ordinance were to proceed and hypothetically pass, this is not direction, correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't direction to staff to explore any other areas. It's essentially just updating the BMC so that if in the future the staff, wanted to look at another area, we could legally, we would have the tools to do it. Am I missing anything?
Yes, except with the one caveat is that the code does not address on-street. So we would come back to you as we worked on street, wherever our next objective would be to do that. But I think that the off-street code that you're considering still would be valuable. So that is still, I think, a reasonable way to go. And back to the mayor's comments with, having some look at what we want to do with downtown. I think I totally understand that also. I would just offer that we would be including parking management as we decide what we want to do with downtown. So if we wanted to close down San Fernando, we still need parking management on the side streets because we've lost that parking. If we've decided, we want to have some parking on San Fernando, but we want to have more parklets and outdoor dining, well, we're still going to have a little bit less downtown parking, and we want to make sure that turns over really well so that Noah's Bagel and Starbucks and the shops that remain have good convenient parking. So I wouldn't wouldn't want to put parking kiosks in downtown Burbank without a discussion of where we're going with downtown. But I think, and if the council agrees, I think we at least need to keep our parking management principles in mind as we work on downtown, because we may come back to you with a plan for downtown in San Fernando that would include parking management as a component. And we want to be able to talk about it with folks and get input as a whole package, I think is probably the best way I would recommend proceeding.
Mr. Prescott, followed by Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor Frutos. Members of the City Council, as you know, the land use planning staff is working on an update to the downtown Burbank specific plan area, and the parking situation is something that if we have the regulations allowing it, it might be something we can analyze and maybe move forward on through that process. That'll ensure a lot of community input as well as the merchants and property owners downtown.
Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Metrolink station isn't going anywhere. Whatever we do downtown in the future isn't going to change that parking lot. People need to drive their car to the train station and get on the train. It reduces congestion. It stops our freeways from getting backed up. It cuts down on greenhouse gas emissions. This is about that space. And so I would be in favor of this, but to my colleague's point of charging now, what I would like to do on Exhibit B is change letter F from downtown daily permit $1 or varies to $0 or varies. And then in the note below, price is subject to adjustment between $1 and $10, change it to $0 and $10. And what that I hope will do is allow Mr. Kriske and his transportation department to assess the needs in December, January, February. Are we fully back from COVID, or are people still having trouble? And if that's true, they can keep it at 0 and make that adjustment as necessary.
But
So,
Councilmember
Mr. Mayor,
Anthony,
if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion.
my question before you make the motion, does that still include the $118,000 expenditure for the machine?
Absolutely. This needs to be in place and ready to go when we come back from COVID. When the economy is starting up again in the city, I don't want to have to retrain a whole new group of people months after the fact or a year after the fact. This is the perfect time. We do it now while everyone's still at home, not utilizing this space. So when we come back, people see, oh, we're in this new change at the Metrolink station. We have finally decided to put our foot down and say, no, this is not a place for you to park overnight, over the weekend, and just hang out. This is for transit.
So,
Elsewhere. There's so much other free parking in Burbank.
So instead of spending $118,000, wouldn't it be more financially responsible to put signs up there and direct staff to do enforcement and impound cars after notification and everything, versus with everything that's happened in our city? That's $118,000 that could go toward traffic calming. It could be spent somewhere else for traffic safety.
I understand that, but this has been a problem for years. And I can't remember if we had the discussion here or previously, the fact that we only enforce, even if there's a sign, that 72-hour after somebody's noticed that someone's been there for three days, and then they start the ticket process. So basically it becomes a week-long thing. You can get away with it. There's no enforcement. This process, especially at the Metrolink station, where we're utilizing the license plates, which I think is a great idea. We're marking them day to day, hour by hour. So the enforcement is much easier and enforceable at the end of the day. And it's just in this one location that has been a problem spot for so long. It's been necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer.
I don't mind tabling it for 6 months just because the situation down there has changed. Just to give everybody a break for 6 months. Central casting is gone. The parking lot's empty. Because Mr. Kriske, how long does it take to get up and going with the contractor and the whole system?
So the agreement we have out for consideration would be a 3-month rollout, and then we begin revenue operations after that. I will say if we were to table for 6 months or 12 months, we'd have to probably renegotiate the contract. So unfortunately, I can't turn on a dime. If you want to table the item, I would suggest coming back in 6 months, potentially adopting the ordinance as was suggested, coming back in 6 months with a brief update on ridership and usage, and see at that point, do we want to restart a new RFP or an abbreviated RFP? We've at least got the terms ready, so we know how to do it quickly, and then go from there. But I can't leave an open RFP out for 6 months.
Councilmember Schultz.
Mr. Mayor, for the sake of time, I'm gonna make 2 motions to divide it up because
Well, actually, I don't want you to make a motion. I want to be fair to Councilmember Anthony. Make your motion and see where we go. Sorry, Councilmember Schultz. Got to be fair to him. He was hinting at a motion.
I forgot.
Give him the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion as recommended by the city staff with one change. Introduce an ordinance of the council of the city of Burbank repealing and replacing Article 16 of Chapter 1, Vehicles and Traffic, of Title 6, Motor Vehicles and Traffic of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to public parking. 2, adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank establishing parking fees at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station as shown in Exhibit B on attachment 2.6 with the following change. Under letter F, downtown Metrolink station daily permit is $1 or varies, and its subnote, price is subject to adjustment between $1 and $10. Both of those will be changed to $0 and varies and $0 and $10.
Okay, is there a second on the motion?
Hold on, and then
Okay.
number 3, approve an operations maintenance agreement for downtown Burbank Metrolink station parking management system. Authorize city manager or the designee to make minor modifications to the agreement, subject to review by the city attorney's office, and to execute the final agreement on behalf of the city. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do we have a second on the motion? Seeing none? Vice Mayor?
Yes, second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further deliberation on the motion? I will not be supporting this because to me, $118,000, my priority is traffic safety, not an empty parking lot. So trying to balance, we're in a deficit with all the incidents that have happened in the last few weeks. I'd rather take that money for traffic calming throughout the city. Those are my 2 cents on that. If there's no other comments, council members, I will have I'm sorry, Councilmember Schultz.
I'll be very quick, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you. Should the motion fail, I'd be supportive of the ordinance, but for the reasons you illustrated, I'm not in support of staff recommendations 2 and 3.
Okay, any other comments, Councilmember Springer?
I'll just, I think it should be tabled just for 6 months.
Okay, why don't we take the vote, Councilmember Springer, and if it doesn't move forward, I'll let you and Councilmember Schultz come up with a second motion and see where we go. If it's okay, council members, I'll ask our city clerk to call for the vote. Madam City Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Telementos?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
No.
Councilmember Springer?
No.
Mayor Frutos?
No, motion does not move forward. Councilmember Springer and Schultz, open mics to both of you. Brainstorm this, bring another motion forward. What do you guys come up with?
Councilmember Springer, may I ask the city attorney a question? Maybe it might help. Okay. Question for the city attorney is, if the ordinance were to pass, I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but all it's essentially doing is it's replacing outdated language and saying that the city could, in the future, implement a paid parking program like was proposed tonight, but it doesn't actually move any of that forward, because under the ordinance, the council would need to approve a separate resolution saying we want paid parking, at the Pickwick, let's say, whatever the case might be, but it would require subsequent council action. Am I correct or incorrect?
That's my understanding. David, do you disagree? I'm seeing you.
Yeah, I think that's true. The only outstanding thing, and the staff could follow up, is we do set other general rules, which quite frankly we should have anyways, about certain things, and some of those rules don't have penalties associated with them yet, and that's why I had mentioned we were going to need to come back to you with a follow-up resolution to set the penalties, because there's specifics about how penalties are imposed with the municipal or with the vehicle code. So we might have to come back with a smaller reso to just line up penalties for the rules that you're adopting, but you wouldn't be implementing the fees, because that was tied to the resolution, which was the second step that you were considering.
Would it just be cleaner to wait?
Yes. It seems very confusing now. Just either table it, but those are my 2 cents.
If you want to make the motion, I'll second.
Sharon, that's between you and Nick.
Okay, I just move that we just table it for 6 months and then we just pick it up fresh.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion, council members? Madam City Clerk, may you please call for the vote?
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
No.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
No.
and Mayor Frutos.
Yes,
Thank
motion
you.
carries 3-2. Thank you, council members on this agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Kriski. Thank you. And Mr. Prescott. Okay, our next item is a report for the approval of naming the Burbank Water and Power Administration Building and Eco Campus in honor of former city manager, Mr. Ron Davis. Will Executive Assistant Lindsay Kramer please present the report? Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to bring up my presentation, make sure you can all see that. And can everyone see that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I'm happy to be before you this evening to provide a recommendation to approve the naming of the Ron E. Davis Administration Building and Eco Campus. As you may recall, following Ron Davis's retirement as Burbank City Manager, the City Council directed staff to return with options to consider naming a facility in honor of Ron. In January 2020, the Parks and Rec Department brought a report to Council outlining the procedure and details for naming city facilities. As noted in that staff report, there is a process that is followed when the request comes from a citizen or an individual. And just to provide a very basic overview of that procedure, there's an application window and a process that must be followed when submitting nominations for consideration. The city clerk would basically receive the nomination and then bring it to the appropriate department and or board for their recommendation to the council. So for example, if a citizen requested to name a BWP substation after someone, the clerk would bring that to Burbank Water and Power, and BWP would present the consideration to the BWP board for their recommendation to the council. Alternatively, however, the city council can also take any other action they deem appropriate in order to name a facility. And at the January 2020 meeting, council directed staff to return with a second step report with utility-specific options to consider naming for Mr. Davis. Taking into consideration the impact that Ron had not only on the city, but on BWP, the staff believes that the BWP Administration Building and Eco Campus are ideal candidates to be named for Ron. Ron was instrumental in creating and supporting the vision for the renovation of the Administration Building and the Eco Campus. And they truly are visual representations of the transformation that Ron made at BWP and at Burbank. During Ron's 17 years with BWP, the organization transformed into a model utility recognized internationally for innovation and reliability while delivering some of the lowest water and electricity rates in all of Southern California. I know that many, if not all of you, are probably very familiar with the great aspects of the BWP Admin Building and Eco Campus, so I'll just highlight a few things that really make this facility stand out. The Eco Campus remains an industrial facility that continues to operate as it was originally intended, while also transforming into a green campus that is now enjoyed by employees and the public alike. The centerpiece of the Eco Campus is an industrial decommissioned substation that was transformed into a giant vine trellis, creating a great use for functional outdoor space to hold gatherings, meetings, and events. The bold vision to transform this great ruin is the same vision with which Ron approached the crumbling utility when he first arrived here in 1999. Under Ron's leadership and foresight, he helped grow the remnants of a failing organization into a thriving, successful business model of conservation and vitality. The campus includes extensive sustainable landscape features, including water filtration technologies, permeable pavers for rainwater capture, 3 rooftop gardens designed to reduce energy use and capture rainwater, a solar power array that hosts a rainwater catchment system as well, and one of the longest green streets in Southern California. Both the admin building and Eco Campus have been recognized nationally for innovation and sustainability and have received numerous awards, recognitions, and many features in various publications. Mr. Davis was once quoted as saying, BWP chose to do this to show that sustainability is not just about a single action or decision. It's about the ripple effect that consistent, sustainable decisions can make. BWP's Eco Campus is literally powered by innovation. We want this to cause a ripple. And that insight is how Ron led both the utility and Burbank as its city manager. Following the protocol set forth in the naming of the Public Facilities Ordinance, staff did bring this recommendation before the BWP board at the August 5th board meeting, where it was approved unanimously by the BWP board. And with that, we recommend tonight that the City Council approve the naming of the Ron E. Davis Administration Building and Eco Campus located at 164, located at Burbank Water and Power, 164 West Magnolia Boulevard in Burbank, California, 91502. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer, for your presentation this evening. Council members, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I don't have any questions. I think this is a no-brainer.
Make the motion.
Moving forward. I just want to add something that I've heard over the years. Mr. Oberum hired Mr. Davis to come to from Washington, state of Washington, to Burbank. And what I hear the story goes that, Ron, come here, you fix the utility or we're going to sell it. And obviously he was very successful. And, we know the story, 17 years and plus several as city manager. But anyway, I'm ready to make the motion when my colleagues are.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a first and second. Any further discussion, council members? Councilmember Nick.
Just a real quick question,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. I know in the staff report it says there might be some additional costs incurred for signage. Do you have and I know it's going to be absorbed within the existing budget, but do you have like a ballpark figure for that?
Sure. Thank you, council member, for the question. It can range, but the lower estimates range that they gave me were 2,000, anywhere up to 10,000 for a very elaborate ribbon cutting. So sorry, I do know that's a pretty broad range, but that's the estimate would probably fall somewhere in the middle, I would assume. Or
the more flashing lights you bring to the ribbon cutting, the more it's going to cost, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. The more elaborate. So it just depends how elaborate we want to get.
Okay, if there's no further comments or questions, council members, I'd like to call for the vote. Madam City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Telementos,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Mayor Frutos.
Yes,
Thank
motion
you.
carries 5-0. Okay, our last report this evening is an overview of Senate Bill 35. I would like to invite Assistant Community Development Director, Mr. Fred Ramirez, to please begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could get the presentation, I believe our Deputy City Planner will be helping me with the slides.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director with the Community Development Department in the Planning Division. The item before you is an overview of the Senate Bills 35 Streamlined Ministerial Approval Process. If I can get the next slide. As an overview on SB 35, staff is requesting that the City Council note and file this report while also providing staff with direction regarding the possible ordinance to establish a ministerial design review public oversight process for SB 35 applications in the future. At the August 10th, 2021 City Council meeting, staff presented an update on pending legislation regarding housing bills, and the council directed staff to return with an informational overview on Senate Bill 35. Senate Bill 35 is intended to address the state's housing shortage and high housing costs by facilitating and expediting the construction of housing. The purpose of the SB 35 is to create a streamlined ministerial approval process for cities that have not made sufficient progress towards meeting their regional housing need assessment or RENA allocation to process development applications expeditiously. So what does SB 35 require? SB 35 mandates that projects meeting certain specific criteria must be processed through a streamlined ministerial approval process and shall not be subject to a conditional use permit or other discretionary reviews. The city may only evaluate the proposal against objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and objective design review standards in effect at the time that the completed notice of intent to submit an application for SB 35 is submitted to the city. These objective standards are defined by the state statute as standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant and the public official before submittal. SB 35 further provides that when objective zoning, general plan, subdivision, or design review standards are mutually inconsistent, a development shall be deemed consistent with the objective zoning and subdivision standards if the development is consistent with the standards set forth in the general plan. In other words, when the general plan code conflicts on matters such as a permitted use or development standard, a proposed project is consistent as long as it meets the general plan standards, even if the zoning is more restrictive and protective. If I can get the next slide. This particular slide notes the RENA allocation for the current fifth cycle planning period from 2013 to 2021. The state has established the methodology for determining whether cities are making sufficient progress towards meeting their RENA allocation. RENA allocations are broken into different income levels, as is noted on the slide. The table above notes the RENA allocation for the fifth planning cycle that ends in 2021. For the purpose of SB 35, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, looks at the city's progress in providing housing units against their RENA allocation. Please note that only 29 jurisdictions in the state are not subject to SB 35's streamlined ministerial review process. That means that 510 jurisdictions, including the city of Burbank, are subject to SB 35. Next slide. The applicability of SB 35 continued. Burbank, like other cities, are currently in their first half reporting period, including the first 4 years of the planning cycle, which is from 2014 through 2017. And this is for the 8-year planning period that encompasses our current housing element. Burbank is one of 210 cities, as noted, that produced less than 50% of the permitting progress required under the fifth cycle for the different income categories that are noted in the prior slide for RENA. And this is considered to be an insufficient progress. Specifically, the city's RENA production numbers in the above moderate category did not exceed 50%, and therefore result in the city being subject to SB 35 streamlining for developments that provide at least 10% affordable units for low income designated households. Next slide. The city's RENA allocation and progress at the midpoint between 2014 and 2021 notes that in this particular income category of above moderate, we had produced 325 housing units, or 12% of the 2,684 total number. And this was well below the 50% specifically for above moderate income. The actual number to be at 50% would have been 567 above moderate units by 2017. As noted, we had only produced 325 by 2017. The next SB 35 determination for SCAG jurisdictions will be conducted in the last half of the reporting period of the planning cycle, which is basically this coming year. So when we submit our annual progress report for this year, which happens in April of the coming year, then at that point, there'll be another determination. The important thing to note then is that to meet that SB 35 requirement, we'd have to have 100% met our above moderate number, i.e. the 1134, to not be subject to SB 35. If I get the next slide. Besides the statute, HCD released the updated streamlined ministerial approval process guidelines that are included in your agenda packet as attachment 3 to assist cities through the approval process. First, the city must provide information in a manner readily accessible to the general public about the locality's process for applying for and receiving ministerial approval, materials required for an SB 35 application, and the relevant zoning, subdivision, and design review standards to be used to evaluate the application. The city may only require supplemental information that is relevant and required to determine compliance with objective standards and the criteria that would be applicable to the proposed project as outlined in Government Code Section 65913.4. The city has developed a process and prepared an application form for SB 35 ministerial approval process, which is included as attachment 4 to the report. And this is a snapshot of our actual webpage where it notes the SB 35 application. Next slide, please. The slide provides an outline of major steps and timelines with milestones in the SB 35 streamline approval process. These include the first step, which is notice of intent. That's the first step of a prospective applicant's submittal to the city. And the notice of intent is in essence notifying the city that subsequent to that review, they intend to submit a formal application. Once we receive the notice of intent, the city is required to initiate a tribal consultation process within 30 days of receipt. If the various tribes that may have some geographic, determination that they may have some significant historic resource in that particular location of the property, engage the city in a consultation, then that's another 30-day process by itself. And subsequent to that, if we can come to an agreement with them on what is going to be required or what they would require for conditions for the project to move forward to ensure protection of any tribal resource, then an applicant can then submit the application submittal. So depending on the application received under SB 35 and depending on the geographic location, there may be one or more tribes that may fall within that particular criteria and have jurisdictional rights. And the city is responsible for undertaking that effort and coming to an agreement with the tribes. And as some members of the public have already noted, there is an application at the Pickwick site. So I'll just give you an example there. There's another one on Empire that it's also under consideration. And both of those at this point require tribal consultation. There is no formal application submitted beyond the notice of intent. You can leave it on there, Scott. The other step in the process after tribal consultation, if the city and the tribes can come to an agreement, is the actual submittal of an application. After we complete the NOI and the tribal consultation, then an applicant can submit an application for streamlined ministerial review. The date of the submittal triggers the timelines that are noted in this particular exhibit as they relate to the notice of determination, as well as the design review. So if an applicant is submitting a project with 150 or less units, then it's a 60-day for the notice of determination. And the design review for that type of project of 150 or less would be 90 days for design review to happen. And these are concurrent processes that happen. In addition, as it relates to notice of determination, planning staff must determine if a project is in conflict with any of the objective planning standards listed in the statute within 60 days of an application submittal for projects of 150, and as noted before, 90 days for projects larger than 150. If the city fails to provide the required documentation determining consistency within these timeframes, the development shall be deemed to satisfy the city's objective planning standards and therefore deemed consistent. and we could go on to the next stage of approval, which is step 4. As it relates to design review and public oversight, and one of the things that we are asking for council direction tonight, a final determination on the SB 35 must be completed within 90 days for a project that's 150 or less, or 180 days for a project that's, greater than 150 units measured from the date of the SB 35 application submittal. SB 35 allows for design review or public oversight of the development by the community development director, and in the report we use city planning staff as the same, to refer to the same, the director, the planning board, or the city council. This process, however, shall be objective and be strictly focused on assessing compliance with the criteria required for streamlined projects, as well as any reasonable objective standards published and adopted by ordinance or resolution that are in effect at the time that the notice of intent was originally submitted. And then step 4, the city must approve or deny the application within the previously noted timeframes, depending on the size of the project, either the 90-day or the 180-day, as noted in subsection B. Following approval of an application, but prior to the issuance of a final building permit required for construction of development, an applicant may submit a written request to modify the development. Upon the receipt of the request, the city shall determine if the request modification is consistent with the city's objective standards in effect when the original application was submitted. The city shall not reconsider consistency with objective planning standards that are not affected by the proposed modification. Approval of the modification request must be made or completed within 60 days of a submittal of the modification, or 90 days if it's related to the ministerial design review. The proposed modification shall not cause the original approval to terminate. And last but not least in this process of review is the permit approval. If the city approves the development under SB 35, the city shall issue subsequent permits. These include demolition, grading, encroachment, building, final maps as necessary, required for the development under SB 35, if the applicant for those permits substantially complies with the development as it was approved. We can go on to the next slide. So as far as the city's review of an SB 35 project, as noted before, I think it's important to note it again, that the city has to review the SB 35 application based on objective standards in effect at the time of the submittal of the NOI. The SB 35 defines objective standards or objective planning standards as an objective zoning, objective subdivision, and objective design review standard. An objective zoning standard, subdivision standard, or design review standard means standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an extent and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the applicant and the development proponent. In addition to that, in making the consistency determination, it is irrelevant if the zoning code or the general plan states residential designation or residential density is subject to a discretionary process. This is true because section 65913.4A provides an SB 35 development is not subject to a conditional use permit if the development otherwise complies with the statute. The review process must be ministerial and cannot require subjective discretion. SB 35 defines ministerial processing to mean a process of development approval involving little or no personal judgment, as I've stated before. I wanted to point out something because I think it's also relevant to some of the comments that we received, as well as comments received during the meeting as well as prior to the meeting in written form. And that is that to look at the regulations, you have to look at them with in combination with the guidelines that were noted as attachment 3. And I wanted to take a moment while this slide is up to reference that particular document, because there is specific language that I wanted to bring to the council's attention. In that particular document, updated streamlined ministerial approval process, Government Code Section 65913.4, specifically on attachment page 3-2, there are the reasons under which the guidelines have the effect of the legislation itself or consistent with it. Specifically, the last section noted under Government Code Section 65913.4 Subdivision J, it notes that Government Code Section 65913.4 relates to the resolution of a statewide concern and is narrowly tailored to limit any incursion into any legitimate municipal interest, and therefore the provision of Government Code Section as supplemented and clarified by these guidelines are constitutional in all respects and preempt any and all inconsistent laws, ordinances, regulations, policies, or other legal requirements imposed by any locality. The statute, the guidelines go on to provide further clarification that maybe I understand was a little bit difficult to understand in the statute itself, but I wanted to bring your attention to specific language on page 3-14 of the guidelines, which is noted as page 11, but in your agenda packet, it's attachment 3-14. Section 301 Development Review Approval notes what ministerial processing is, specifically subsection 1. Ministerial approval as defined by section 102N, which is one of the definitions of a project that complies with Article 4 of these guidelines, shall be non-discretionary and cannot require a conditional use permit or other discretionary governmental review or approval. And I think that's important because I think some of the feedback and comment that we've been receiving has been specifically focusing on the introductory language within the statute that references conditional use permit. So this particular guideline provides further clarification to be inclusive of not just the conditional use permit or other use permit or any other discretionary local government review or approval. Last but not least, before we jump from this slide, I wanted to bring your attention to attachment 3-21, which is the same guidelines, but page 3-21, item 3. The site must be zoned for residential use or residential mixed-use development or have a general plan designation that allows residential use or a mix of residential and non-residential uses. To qualify for the streamlined ministerial process, a site zoning designation, applicable specific plan or master plan designation or general plan designation must permit residential or a mix of residential, non-residential uses by right or with a use permit. So I wanted to bring those particular things to your attention. On this slide, I wanted to also note the CEQA statutory exemption. Projects of this type that are submitted under SB 35 and also provide for prevailing wage requirements are exempt from the CEQA process that I believe the council is very familiar with when we're talking about like environmental impact reports, mitigated negative declarations, or categorical exemptions that you've seen. So that's an important component to this, but it's subject to the development abiding by the state's prevailing wage requirements or labor requirements. So we can go on to the next slide. Thanks. So as noted, SB 35 preempts any city process that allow for review of appeals of a project, since SB 35 is streamlined and ministerial. The only process, as noted above, is a statutory design review, public oversight, as outlined in the statute. As such, the City Council is being requested to provide staff direction on who should conduct this limited focus review of the project. The staff report goes into a discussion of, staff versus board and or council review under a ministerial design review or public oversight. So I think I won't rehash that. The pros and cons are noted there for the different options for council consideration. Nothing in SB 35 allows for any type of discretionary approval, and all standards must be objectives as defined in the statute. The process under SB 35 is totally ministerial, more of a check the box review than even processing of a density bonus application, which you are all familiar with as well. As such, even with public review process, the decision maker must rely on objective standards. Design review standards applicable to the zone, however, like pitch of roof or setback, are considered objective and thus applicable. Based on a final determination from the City Council, staff will return to Council with a draft ordinance for the design review, public oversight processing of SB 35 projects. If the Council were to select the Director, City Planning staff to be the decision maker, then staff recommends and will include a proposed ordinance for one public meeting in the 90-day or 180-day review period, depending on the size of the project, for Council consideration with the draft ordinance. If the Council chooses itself or the Planning Board, then the design review public oversight would occur during the public body's public meeting. Next slide. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council note and file the report while also providing staff with direction regarding possible ordinances to establish a ministerial design review public oversight process for SB 35. This concludes my presentation, and City Planning staff and the City Attorney are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. I would like to call Councilmember Springer to lead us in the discussion, as this is the agenda item you've requested. Councilmember Springer.
Thank you very much for your report. And Mayor Frutos and I requested this back in June for a discussion with our housing bills. And so I'm going to start with comments and then I have questions. The City Council is the body that exercises discretionary approval, such as zone changes and general plan amendments. And I think our general plan and zoning are consistent. I know that's come up a lot and it's come up with the callers. I haven't seen inconsistencies, but maybe clarifications are necessary. For example, several plans, amendments, specific plans, Rancho plan, include the direction to click on the zone use table. That's a part of the plan, the general plan. Zone use table 10-1-502. And it shows a Burbank zone list. For example, I'm going to use a different example than the Rancho residents used. For example, Golden State commercial/industrial. It says that residential with discretionary approval is allowed at an FAR of 1.25 and 27 dwelling units an acre. Okay, so I check zone use table 10-1-502 that the plan, our general plan refers to, and it says that residential uses are prohibited. And if I look at other uses there, like for example, there are other uses on that table under M2, general industrial, under the Golden State Commercial Industrial District, under general industrial. Some uses are allowed by conditional use permit and some are just permitted outright. Residential is not a by right permitted use. So my question is, so somebody can come to us, they can get a good deal on an industrial parcel in the Golden State plan and say, oh, the general plan says, you know, we can do an FAR of 1.25 and 27 dwelling units an acre when residential use is prohibited in that zone. And the only place that it says that it's permitted by discretionary approval is in the heading for the Golden State Commercial Industrial. There's another chart in the general plan that is entitled Burbank 2035 Development Capacity. Okay, in that plan for Golden State Commercial Industrial, the residential and population projections for 2035 are 0, 0. And there are other land use designations that have the same thing. They aren't included in our residential and population projections. So in the past, in my time on city council, something like this required a zone change or a general plan amendment. We had one that came to us. And so the questions that I have are, or more comments, the language of SB 35 uses conditional use. It does not use, and a conditional use is a tool of discretionary approval. But it doesn't talk about zone change and general plan amendments, because that's our job. That's what we do. That's what our population elected us to do. As difficult as those decisions are to make sometime, that's what we were elected to do. So where in SB 35 is the authorization to use conditional use and discretionary approval, the other tools of discretionary approval, interchangeable? I did not see that in the staff report, in the supplemental information. So it seems like when we look at the zone chart and we look at SB 35, there is a difference. If you look at the zone chart, discretionary approval, it's pretty clear. It's a CUP, it's an AP, it's permitted, it's prohibited, and it's laid out right there in the zoning chart. So, for example, a C2 zone permits residential by conditional use. So that would, it seems like that would be allowed under SB 35. But the general industrial zone that I just told you about, where it indicates that residential use is prohibited when there are other uses under general industrial that are allowed by conditional use permit, they're just outright permitted, maybe AUP. And so why are we going to relinquish that control over our land use when I don't think we have to? I really, our zoning and our general plan are consistent. So in that general industrial, would you say that this is a staff question, it can be answered later, would it require a zone change or a general plan amendment? What is meant by the chart where it's development capacity? A former city council voted on that. It's in the general plan. I was not on city council then, but Mayor Frutos and Vice Mayor Talamantes, you voted on that chart that projected 0 population and 0 residential use for Burbank 2035. City council made that decision, not staff. So I'm concerned that this is being misinterpreted. The general plan and zoning are very consistent. We're relinquishing power that we don't have to. We are granted that power for zone changes and general plan amendments. And we need to retain that power. And so what I suggest, there's so much at stake here. It's so complicated. This is more complicated than a simple note and file. So I suggest that we ask staff to come back with a clearer explanation, and an explanation of, okay, conditional use in SB 35 and zone change. The SB 35 does not mention zone change and general plan amendment. So I don't think it applies to that. Do we relinquish? We've got the Golden State specific plan. We've got downtown Burbank Center plan. We've got the Rancho master plan. We've got a media district. Do we abdicate all power over those? Why are we even doing those if we don't have, if somebody can come in and override the power that we've exercised by the community outreach with our residents.
Excuse me, Councilmember Springer, we're reaching 11 o'clock. If I can get a motion to continue the council meeting. I see a motion and a second. All in favor, show of hands. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Springer. Please continue.
Okay. So thank you. I think staff needs to come back with some clarification and more explanation. And I feel like it can be interpreted objectively.
Okay.
And not every project has to be approved under SB 35.
Okay, Councilmember Springer, let other council members weigh in. I hear you're making a motion for action. Let me hear from the other council members. I'll bring it back to you. Any other council member would like to weigh in with their thoughts? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a couple clarifying questions for staff. So what I found most helpful was looking at attachment 1 to the staff report, which was the actual piece of legislation that we're talking about. So I'm hoping that staff can just track along and answer a few things for me. So in looking at SB 35, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's certain requirements that a project, has to meet to be eligible for this ministerial review. So for example, I'm looking at Government Code section 65913.4 A1. So for example, it has to be a project that is a multifamily housing development. So 2 or more residential units. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think to Councilmember Springer's point, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding clearly. So when staff talks about a theoretical, a potential discrepancy between the general plan and a specific plan or a master plan, I take it that staff is looking at section 2, subsection C, which talks about, I'll just read it, a site that is zoned for residential use or residential mixed use development or has a general plan designation that allows for residential use. That's where you're citing for that authority?
That's correct.
Okay.
And also in A5
on
the statute?
Yes, thank you. So just so I'm clear, and again, I'm doing this in part for all the folks watching at home that have very legitimate questions about this bill. So what staff is saying is that if a parcel of land is either zoned or identified in the general plan for residential purposes, then it's subject to SB 35.
Per the statute, yes. And also
Okay.
per the guidelines that are attachment 3.
Okay. And I just want to make a quick note, Mr. Mayor. A lot of folks called in talking about a particular project, and I think we can all agree that to those of you watching, you're not going to hear any of us talk about a particular project because one of the things that we have to decide tonight is who's going to be the ultimate decision maker. So I think it'd be inappropriate to talk about a specific project. But let me ask about that. So in the staff report, it talks about Community Development Director, Mr. Prescott's one option. Council's another option. I want to ask about the planning board option. Now, if the planning board were considered the final say, there'd be no option to appeal an adverse decision to council. Is that right?
It is a ministerial process, and the
Yes.
city attorney can further elaborate. And if it is a ministerial process, then that decision, based on the checklist type of format, would be that final decision. So if it's going to be staff, the board, or the council, it's basically a one and done review and approval.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Let me see what else I got here. I have comments to make. I guess I can make them now. So as far as the recommendation for note and file, Councilmember Springer, I actually agree with you that I'll jump the gun and just say I think that the decision maker should probably be the city council ultimately. I'll get to why later. But I think I understand the staff recommendation for note and file because the way this is going to play out, it sounds like in the presentation, there's one, possibly 2 projects that are ultimately going to get to the point of filing an application. The reason that we're note and filing this report is that that's going to be essentially a separate agenda item. And staff can weigh in if I'm getting any of this wrong. But when an application is filed for parcel X, if we pass an ordinance, or if we suggest tonight that we want to be the final decision maker, when that application comes in within 90 days or whatever the period is, then it will come to us. Am I summarizing that correctly?
That's correct,
Yes.
Board Member Schultz. It would be basically ministerial design review or public oversight if it's selected to be the council. You would actually be looking at that particular project, seeing how it complies with the applicable standards. And what would be part of your packet would also be their application submittal, showing how they comply with all the statutory requirements that some of which you mentioned earlier.
Okay, and I'm
just say,
sorry.
I would like to just add that it would be like you would see a staff report now in terms of the staff would make their recommendation and explain why it was or wasn't consistent. It either has to be approved or it shouldn't be. So all of that will be laid out for council, just as it would for any other project.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm wrapping up because I want to give everyone else a chance to talk, but I just have one more question then. So, so my understanding then is if we went the route of having council do it, like you said, it would essentially be the same review that Mr. Prescott would undertake. It would just take place in a more public and open forum because the entire council would be talking through the different criteria that's set forth in SB 35 and whether the project meets that criteria.
Yes, the one nuanced part, of course, as you're aware, if it was a staff approval, we would be making a final determination and noting the reasons why it met the checklist requirements or not. In the case of it going to the board or council, and if you're picking the council as an option, to the city attorney's point, it would include our assessment and then a recommendation to you as well.
Okay, and just one follow-up. So, for example, one of the findings under SB 35, in theory, that whoever the decision maker is, Mr. Prescott, the planning board, council, they'd have to find, for example, that a parcel of land is either zoned for it or it's identified in the general plan.
That has a residential land use designation,
Sorry,
or in the case of zoning, that the zoning lists residential as a permitted use.
Correct, and if
Or not necessarily that the zoning lists it as a permitted use, it's sorry.
It could be both, I guess, right?
Yeah,
One or
it
the
could
other
be
or
both. And it doesn't matter if the zoning said it was prohibited use, if the GP, general plan, says it's residential's provided, and that's the rub, right?
Right, and I hear you loud and clear because, without talking about specific projects, it seems like that's one of the things we'd have to look at is it zoned for it? Is it identified in the general plan? I assume if we can't make either finding, then it's not subject to SB 35 and it would just go through the ordinary process of, for example, requesting variance and doing all that stuff.
Yeah, the one thing, I guess, and Amy, you can clarify if I'm saying it the wrong way, but to your point, Councilmember Schultz, in that one subsection you reference, right? One of the criteria being a site is zoned for residential use or a residential mixed-use development, or it has a general plan designation for residential use or mix of residential and non-residential, which I think is important because it could be absent of the first two, but still meet the or when it comes to the general plan. So it's not having to meet all three or more than one. It's just one of those is enough to make it a qualifying project under SB 35.
Got it. Okay, so I have no more questions for staff. I'll just end with a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
That is my rationale for supporting the recommendation that the council be the final decision maker is that there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of feeling in the community from what I can sense that, SB 35 has been a mystery to many. And I think that I'm not just talking about one project, but whatever we do moving forward, we need to be consistent. And it makes sense to me personally that be done in an open and public forum. And I think that the council is the natural home for that final determination. But that's just one council member's thoughts. Looking forward to hearing what everyone else has to say.
Okay, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez and staff for this presentation. I only have one question and then one comment. On the bottom of the staff report on the very first page, the very last sentence, the city may only evaluate the proposal against objective zoning standards. Are developer impact fees considered a zoning standard, an objective zoning standard?
Councilmember Anthony, that's a fee. A standard would be something like in zone X, where this property is being proposed, the requirement is that they have a 5-foot setback and that they have X height. Those would be the objective zoning standards, a specific number that can be verified and can be shown on a plan. That would be an objective zoning standard. The DIF, the development impact fee, is a fee that is paid at the point that a development project is going to be approved for a permit. So it's a different animal, and it's associated with a nexus analysis that's done for every project that falls within that DIF.
So SB 35 does not affect our development impact fees.
The one caveat would be that the DIFs that are in effect at the time that we receive the application are the fees that apply to the project. So if in the future, while the project's going through review and issuance of permits, the DIFs are, let's say, updated, those new DIFs would not apply to the project.
Interesting. That's in the SB 35. I was already written that in.
It's locked in that way, yes.
Okay. That was my one question. My comment is that if you say it like it is, it's a one and done final approval, that has to sit with council. I can't make Mr. Prescott the bad guy or the good guy at the end of the day. I mean, I know it's in your job description, but I think for us, having that weight shouldn't go to planning board either. I think it needs to come right here. That's where I'm at. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The buck stops here, right here at council. So we have to be, we're the electeds, like it's mentioned several times by some of the speakers, we should be considering the final say. But there's a lot of misinterpretation. Several of the speakers mentioned that staff is misinterpreting this SB 35. And Mr. Ramirez, could you explain the arena, why we're in this under the umbrella of SB 35? If we had done a better job, right, of housing?
Yeah, yes. I guess we all have to own it, right? The fact that the city's housing production numbers since the last planning cycle started back in 2014 have not kept pace with the thresholds that were set into the Senate Bill 35. And that is our production numbers for above moderate didn't hit 50%. But just in general, you all are aware, you've put policies in place that hit have a visionary goal of 12,000 units by 2035. But in the current housing cycle, we've basically produced like 26% of the units that were allotted to us, right? In the sense of 2,684. So you're right. If we would have done a better job, and we own it collectively, staff too is part of that process, if we would have had the production numbers that exceeded 50%, then we'd be one of those 29 cities that are not under the SB 35 jurisdiction.
And that's what I've heard over the years being on council from, the electeds up at Sacramento. We all have to do our share. And if some cities are not doing their share for whatever reason, you're going to have SB 35s come down on you and make that a thing that you have to abide by. But what I hear from the speakers, it's the misinterpretation. They're saying that obviously staff is not interpreting right. I'm reading what I'm reading. Even though it's convoluted, it's kind of clear. You just check the boxes like you're saying. Does it meet this criteria? Yes or no? Does it meet this criteria? Yes or no? You can't put your personal feelings into it. And I realize the members of the public that spoke tonight and several other nights and emailed us are putting personal feelings into it. And I appreciate that and I understand that. But as a policymaker, we, the five of us, have to adhere by what the requirements are. And we have to do this with every project that comes under this SB 35 criteria. We can't say I like this one more than that one. That's not part of, you might, but that's not part of your decision. It shouldn't be part of your decision making. It either you check the box or you don't, you know. But anyway, it's difficult. It's very difficult, and I sense my colleagues' frustration as well. Even staff's frustration, the city attorney's frustration, because this is a tough thing. I mean, it's not easy. This SB 35 just came into law in 2018. I think it might have taken effect in January of 2019.
2017, sir, and then 2018. Yeah.
It took effect in 2018.
It started becoming more prevalent, but 2017 is when it was approved by the state.
So it's been around for a little bit over 4 years, 3.5 years. So it's new to us, and it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Now the zoning part, you know, several speakers mentioned that we can't go ahead and rezone something that's been commercial or recreational. What's your answer to that, Mr. Ramirez?
Well, I would say this, based on the statutory requirements, there is no need to do a rezone. If the general plan in this particular case identifies FAR, floor area ratio, which is intensity, and density, a land use, right, that says, hey, you can build X number of units of residential in that particular zone based on the general plan, then under SB 35, it's able to submit an application. An applicant is able to submit an application for SB 35 consideration based on the existing general plan land use designation that exists. And I will say, in a lot of these theoretic ones that were brought up, if there's a general plan land use designation that refers to X units per acre for residential, even if there's an asterisk or a sub note that says with discretionary approval, I agree. In 2013 and moving forward, that was part of the process. However, when SB 35 came into play after, 4 years after 2013, it knocked out that particular provision. It preempted the discretionary review and says, hey, if you meet all the criteria within the statute, and to read the statute, you also have to read the guidelines, because in the actual statute, at the end of it, it notes that those guidelines are to be used to interpret the statute. And when you look at all that together, you realize, wow, you're right. If we don't meet the RENA number, which you noted, and we fall on the list of cities that are subject to SB 35, then you're right. We're left with the dilemma that properties that have a general plan land use designation could be introduced by an applicant for consideration for residential approval, exempt from CEQA under SB 35. It is, I understand the angst of the public, but the reality of it is these are the cards we're dealt as a result of the state action under SB 35. And I just want to say again, yes, that's why we're in this business, right? As far as reviewing the code, that's what we get paid to do, as we noted in the staff report. And I totally agree that at the end of the day, the buck stops with the council. And we just wanted to make sure that as you evaluate the vehicle, that we also consider the owner's manual that comes with the vehicle. And that's the guidelines that are submitted by HCD, because you have to look at those two together as you go through this process. So, but we understand.
And I'd like to just further add to what Mr. Ramirez said, if I may, Mr. Mayor. The other thing that you have to look at is Councilmember Springer brought up some examples, and it's if you look at what we did in 2013, the council adopted the general plan. There was a bunch of commercial corridors, 5 or 6, that the general plan allowed a residential designation, and it said with discretionary approval. And then what happened was shortly thereafter, so that the zoning code would be consistent, if you look at the section of the zoning code, I have it here, so if you give me a second. It's 10-1-2412.5. There is a table. And we did this throughout the whole zoning code that dropped in the designations from the land use. into the zoning code. So when people called up and said they're consistent, they're right. The zoning code and the general plan for many of the areas that Councilmember Springer brought up match. They both allow it, they say with discretionary approval. And so what is discretionary approval? I'm just going to repeat what we said before, which is discretionary approval under our code is either a CUP or an AUP. And SB 35 starts off with, if it's allowed, you don't have to have a CUP. And then Mr. Ramirez brought you to the exact page of the guidelines that also expands on that. And it's not just the CUP, it's any discretionary approval under your city scheme. So whether you call it a CUP, an AUP, or you make up a new word, it all means the same thing. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Thank you, Amy, for that. Like I mentioned early on, tough decision. Buck stops here, and we just have to move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer?
So I just have a question. I'm looking at the streamlined ministerial approval process. It's dated March 30th, 2021. And Mr. Ramirez, under section 401 site requirements, there's like number 3, but then there's also A in parentheses. Could you please read the 3 and the A? You've already read the 3, I think, but just read the A to qualify for the streamlined ministerial process.
Your site requirements, A?
Yeah, I'm on site requirements, section 401, 3A, page attachment 3-21.
So do you want me to just read A or A and everything below it?
A.
Okay, the development shall demonstrate in the...
No, A.
I'm sorry?
A, to qualify for the streamlined...
I'm sorry, can you, okay, I'm looking at 401 site requirements. Which one are you, what page number in the attached?
401 site requirements, 3A.
Oh, okay, 3A, This restriction does not apply to sites excluded from specified hazard zones by local agency?
No. To qualify for the streamlined ministerial approval process, the site's zoning designation, applicable specific plan or master plan designation, or general plan designation must permit residential or a mix of residential and non-residential uses by right or with a use permit. So how does that, it says right here, it has to be by right or with a use permit. So how can...
Correct. So Amy just brought up that point exactly, is that in the actual zoning code, they've adopted in the section that she referenced, the general plan land use designation as part of the zoning code. So in other words, residential, depending on, in that particular example, certain zones have a intensity, which is an FAR, flow area ratio, which you mentioned earlier, as well as a unit per acre for residential with discretionary review. So that's enough to qualify the project. And the statute goes on to say that as a qualified project, you can't have it go through a discretionary review process. It has to be processed through a ministerial process, which is outlined in the statute.
Yeah, but it uses conditional use permit. Could you please read 3 also? Oh, I read A, 3. The site must be zoned.
I read it earlier as part of the presentation, but I will read it again. The site must be zoned residential or residential mixed use or have a general plan designation, which means land use designation that allows residential or a mix of residential and non-residential uses, which is similar to what we just mentioned earlier and the city attorney pointed out.
Right, okay. So the zone chart, I'm confused by that because when I poked on it for these different uses like Golden State commercial industrial, it came up as residential came up as a prohibited use, not as a use by right. Or, so how do you explain that? I'm looking at the updated version of this.
I believe you're looking at the land use table in 502. And what Amy noted is that in another section of our code, we actually adopt the land use designations as part of the zoning requirements for those individual zones. So in that particular case, even though the land use table shows nothing, right, for residential within a particular zone, there are instances in our code, one example that Amy noted, where in the actual zoning section, which is the later stages of the zoning code, it actually has the general plan land use designation incorporated into the zoning regulations.
And if I may just add very quickly to that, the fact that we have a table and the table wasn't updated is not going to override the amendments to the zone text. So the zone text was done in 2013, and that's really what governs. And if you argue that, well, the zoning table doesn't allow it, then you're back to the whole discussion of the general plan designation would trump your zoning. So if it's inconsistent with the zoning, then your general plan would trump it. And I agree with the speakers earlier tonight that said they're both consistent. They are. They both say there has to be discretionary approval. And under our code, discretionary approval is either it had to have a CUP or an AUP, and we didn't define what. But under the statute, and if you look at the guidelines, it's very clear that a discretionary approval will not be required. And that, to me, is what Mr. Ramirez has said. So I'll go back to what you were saying, Fred. And you, quoted the guidelines. So, but the very first section of this law says a development proponent may submit an application for development that's subject to a streamlined ministerial approval process provided by subdivision C and is not subject to a conditional use permit. And so what the HCD, when they did their guidelines, said, it doesn't matter if you don't call it a conditional use permit. We don't care what you call it. It can't be subject to discretionary approval if it meets this. That's how, I think the language is pretty plain to me, especially when you read it in connection with the guidelines.
Yeah, so when would we use the zone change, or what do you call a zone change or a general plan amendment? Is that not discretionary approval?
So we're talking about under SB 35. So
Right.
if you had
So
so I'm going to just answer your question if you'll allow me to. If there is a project that's proposed and the general plan doesn't allow residential and the zoning doesn't allow residential, you can't do it under SB 35. You would have to come to the city and ask for a change in the general plan or a change in the zone, and then a change in zoning. We've seen that. But SB 35 changed the rules. It's not discretionary land use as we've always done it in the past. When it actually was adopted in 2017, you were right, Mr. Vice Mayor, it went into effect January 1st, 2018. This is our first project. We have two projects in 3 years that came under this because you have to pay prevailing wage, and many people didn't want to do that. So what the legislature said, if you're subject to it because you didn't meet your RENA requirements, your discretionary approvals go out the door as long as you had designated it either in your zoning code or in your general plan as residential. And so that's what I keep going back to. It's not planning as we always did it and knew it. It's a whole different game, and I don't mean that in a funny manner. A game probably isn't the best thing. I don't think it's a game. It's a whole new way of doing business when you are forced to look at a project under SB 35. The rules don't always apply. And so that's where we find ourselves right now.
So we need to see the chart where because the zoning chart that you sent me, or that, you told me that the general plan had been amended, and I clicked on the link and it said the residential was prohibited. We don't have the most up-to-date information, and I still dispute this mix of residential and non-residential uses by right or with a use permit. And there's the chart where 0 residents and population are projected for those locations. So I see the general plan as consistent with zoning, and the SB, clearly we are subject to SB 35, but I think that the discretionary approval, and several of the callers who are planners said that that would be zone changes or general plan amendments. And I just don't feel like we should roll over and relinquish. I think we need some more time on this because I haven't seen that zone plan where everything is allowed by right.
So I was just going to say, we don't have, time is not on our side under these, as we already put forth. If a specific project comes to you, if that's what the council decides, we will have a much more robust discussion. And I think things may become clearer to people at that point. But right now, all we did in this report was to give the plain language of the statute. And we didn't make decisions or even really comment other than what we've been asked tonight on what happens at this parcel or that parcel. So what you have in front of you is just a report on what the process is, and I think that's where we are. And obviously, if council wants to designate themselves, then staff needs to return fairly quickly with an ordinance, and then the process will proceed. And if we get through, both projects are in tribal consultation, if we get through that and they're allowed to do applications, then we're going to be on a really tight timeline. And you'll be making a decision in 90 days from then.
Councilmember Springer, why don't you make a motion?
I just make a motion that staff brings this back with more clarification on, because I haven't seen the zoning that where it's by right for example, general industrial, like in Golden State, commercial industrial. Like if somebody comes to us because the heading on the general plan says 1.25 FAR and 27 DUI dwelling units an acre, and the zoning chart says that residential is prohibited.
Okay, so we have your motion. Is there a second to support Councilmember Springer for the motion?
Mr. Mayor, more of a question
Sure.
than anything. So Councilmember Springer, are you wanting like another staff report, or are you just saying you want the opportunity to continue the discussion, given the late hour at a later date?
Well, I haven't, on this right here, it says general plan designation must permit residential or mix of residential and non-residential uses by right or with the use permit. I haven't seen the chart where that's permitted.
Mr. Prescott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Springer, if the general plan says X units per acre, it doesn't matter what the zoning use list says.
That's not the way
We've seen. No, that's the very plain language of the statute. It's not a matter of even staff interpreting. It's reading it and taking it for what it says very plainly in the statute.
Okay, you told me that you engaged like an expert on SB 35. I don't know if we've seen that report.
I've emailed that to you twice, once today.
Okay.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? I will second it. for further discussion? Any discussion, council members, before we take the vote to see if there's enough votes to bring this back? Councilmember Anthony?
I mean, if we could put it just together in a memo sent to us, I'd prefer that. I mean, we still have to take a vote on who's going to be the discretionary body.
I would actually like it to come public because the public would like to hear this versus a memo.
Right. I think the residents would like to, our public would like to hear the clarifications. And some of them asked for, to point out the inconsistencies. And I just don't think we're there yet.
Okay, I'm okay with bringing it back if we can still make the appointment to the discretionary body, if we can separate those two.
You're the maker of the motion, Councilmember Springer. You want to add that to it?
We should be the ones who we are the decision makers.
Okay, so you want to add that to your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second that. Any further discussion, council members? Councilmember Schultz?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First question I have is for staff. I think part of the problem is that we're talking about things in the abstract, and because we can't talk about specific projects, would it be possible, conceivable for the staff to put together a hypothetical, taking a different corridor, something that does not have an active project coming, just to kind of like illustrate for this council and the public? We could kind of go through the mental exercise. Is that something we could do?
If I can respond, Mayor?
Yes, please.
What about a possible suggestion that in the process of because we're on, we have pending projects, to Amy's point, and time is of the essence. If we brought, as part of the report related to the ordinance, a section to discuss as it relates to SB 35, the nuance and the difference between a general plan land use designation versus the land use tables within the zoning code, which is an implementation tool of the general plan. If we can bring that discussion to you as part of that, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone and do that, just because we have limited resources, and to undertake two separate staff reports when it's really converging on the same issue, which is eventually it's going to come to council if you decide to vote to have you be the decision-making body, that would be in the analysis as well. So we can have a preview to that through this narrative or attachment to the discussion regarding the ordinance. I don't know, Amy, if you think that's acceptable.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Can you include the industrial zonings and the other questions that Councilmember Springer was bringing up in that report when you come back?
Yes, that's part of the motion.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, I just had a few really quick questions before we put this thing to bed for the night.
Yes. I
just want to make sure, because there's going to be a lot of questions, I'm sure, after tonight. So, Madam City Attorney, perhaps we can just do this rapid fire. So, under SB 35, as I understand it, what you're telling us is that if it's identified in either the general plan or the zoning code as residential, either or, then it's an SB 35, assuming that it's a community that also has failed to meet its RENA targets.
Correct, and it meets everything else.
And so if hypothetically, and again, I'm just trying to suss out the facts here. So if hypothetically our zoning code says a parcel of land says residential allowed with the CUP, is what you're telling us essentially that Sacramento has determined, guess what, you don't get discretionary approval anymore. It's as if it just said residential, and it struck through the part that said with the CUP.
Correct.
And then
SB 35, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And my last question, this was one from one of our callers, I believe. Someone asked, how do we get out of this? And I just wanted to clarify, if we as a council meet our goal and add 12,000 units, I'm assuming there could come a point at the midpoint of the next RENA cycle where we could be deemed in compliance, and then we would not be subject to SB 35.
That's
I believe the number is 8,500. So actually, as soon as we get
772.
Okay,
Right,
so as soon as we
that.
get to 772, then we're out of this.
Right. I mean, we're definitely subject to SB 35, but Councilmember Schultz, that you use the example of CUP. I'm saying that the residential uses are prohibited. And the chart in the general plan shows that.
So we were going to bring this back.
Yeah, that's
He's
part of your
just
motion.
asking questions. You've asked us to come back, and that's part of what we were bringing back.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion before we take the vote, council members?
I just wanted to say one quick thing. This section shall remain in effect till January 2026. So maybe enough housing will get built statewide and we won't have to worry about SB 35 anymore.
Okay. Councilmember Springer, you're solid with your motion?
Okay, my motion is to come back in a few weeks with clarifications on discretionary approval and conditional use. SB 35 says conditional use. We make decisions on zone changes and general plan. Right, and I would like to some clarification on 401 3-3A.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, we got that? Just to make sure.
And to include in the ordinance that we are the deciding factors.
Yes, we're the decision makers.
Okay.
I just want to make sure Mr. Ramirez has that.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez, you have the motion, correct?
Yes, sir. We understand direction.
Including that the council is the decision maker?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. I will still continue to second the motion. If there's no further discussion, Madam City Clerk, can you please call for the vote?
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Frutos,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Talmentas.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries forward. It will come back for further discussion. Thank you, council members. Madam City Attorney? No thoughts? Okay. Council moving the meeting forward. This is the time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as a precursor, you're going to hear the Vice Mayor's name a lot. It was as if I was following him around to events. So to begin, on August 12th, I joined the Vice Mayor as he presented alongside our Assembly member a certificate to the Talleyrand as the Small Business of the Year for the 43rd Assembly District. So congratulations to them. Terrific business. I also had a chance to attend the BizFed Freshman Policymakers Reception for newly electeds, and it was a great chance to network with other newly electeds in the Los Angeles area. Monday, August 16th, I attended the Sustainable Burbank Commission and just wanted to report out that they've had new elections, and Laura Tenenbaum is the new chair of the Sustainable Burbank Commission. And just want to extend my thanks to Heather Robb, who just finished her term as chair of that commission. On Tuesday, August 17th, I toured the John Burroughs High School with Dr. Weisberg from the school board and Dr. Chandler, principal of the school, as part of their first week back. And it was great to see all of the COVID-19 safety protocols that they're putting in place. Glad to see kids back in the classroom. So I was really grateful to do that. That afternoon, I also had a call, or I should say a video conference with school board member Tobit, and our police chief about speed mitigation as it relates to the schools and further education efforts there. Wednesday, August 18th, I was in attendance at what was supposed to be the police commission meeting. Unfortunately, there was a technical malfunction where the phone lines weren't working and public comment wasn't possible. So sadly, our police commission couldn't meet, and their first meeting will now be in September. So hopefully staff has figured out the problem and they'll be able to proceed in September. Almost done. On Thursday, August 19th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Chow Down Burbank happy hour with the mayor and the vice mayor. Great to see a lot of folks out there supporting local businesses. Afterwards, I went back and watched the Burbank Water and Power special board meeting. Really great if you get a chance to go back and watch it. They were talking about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to the utility. Lastly, I, like the vice mayor, again, was part of that informational workshop yesterday at the airport. Lots of great information there. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz. Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Monday, the 16th, I attended the Burbank Transportation Commission. Paul McKenna was voted the chair of that Transportation Commission that day, and Ben Richards was voted the vice chair. Two excellent folks who will take that commission far. They held a moment of silence during that meeting for the victims of the traffic collision at the beginning of this month. I believe they discussed a lot of that issue, and I look forward to that commission coming up with some ideas moving forward. On the 17th, Councilmember Springer and I attended the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. A lot of the issues we saw tonight were brought up that day. I think it was obviously it was very productive. We came away with a great ordinance tonight, or rather policy recommendations for tonight. And then lastly, last week, I had an IEP meeting for my son's school plan. I will tell you that Burbank Unified is doing everything they can right now to keep as many kids safe as possible, including the children who are or whose families are deciding to keep them home. It's really just a numbers game. I've told people, everyone who asked me about it, I said, look, if you work from home and you can keep your kid at home, sure, do so. It lowers the total number of kids that have to attend the schools in person, and the fewer there are, the lower the transmission rates are going to be, right? Until at least we can get the vaccine. The vaccine for kids under 12 is being delayed, but hopefully it'll be coming soon, and we can get out of this mess because that's really the biggest population that is unvaccinated. It's kids under 12. So hopefully we can just keep everyone safe moving forward, and I applaud BUSD for all the work that they're doing, keeping all of our kids safe. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Councilmember Springer?
I did many of the same things. I attended the Parks and Rec Board and Burbank Transportation Commission. And as Councilmember Anthony said, the Homelessness Plan Affordable Housing Subcommittee, the BWP SWAT workshop was excellent. And yesterday I attended the Airport Authority meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer. Vice Mayor Talamantes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, pretty much the same things like it's been mentioned by, but I'll go through them. I attended the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission meeting. I attended on your behalf, Mr. Mayor, presented the certificate on behalf of the City Council to Telluride for them being recognized by Assemblymember Friedman as the Small Business of the Year in her district. I had the opportunity to attend a meet and confer with the Metro CEO, Stephanie Wiggins. I also attended the BizFed freshman reception. And the mayor and I did a Chandler Bike Path Walk and Talk event. It was very well attended. They're just fighting to get to the mayor. I had to hold them back. All the residents want to talk to the mayor. One at a time. Let's see, what else? Zoom meeting with Councilmember Springer and myself with Assemblymember Laura Friedman. And I also attended a chamber chow down at Burbank Happy Hour at the Burbank Pub. And yesterday I listened to the Airport Authority informational workshop regarding the replacement terminal. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Back on Wednesday, August the 11th, I attended the Board of Library Trustees meeting. Nothing to report back. Obviously, the Vice Mayor talked about the Chandler Bike Path Walk and Talk event. Then after that, I went over to the Burbank Masonic Lodge and stopped by their barbecue and their scholarship award. They had 3 of the youth that they issued scholarships for their education. On Monday, August 16th, wrong date. On Wednesday, August 18th, I also attended the Police Commission meeting, which due to technical difficulties just didn't work out. And then I also On Thursday, August the 19th, I attended the Chow Down Burbank Happy Hour. And that's about it. So let's move on to the introduction of additional agenda items, council members. Who would like, Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hess, can we bring back a report on updating our developer impact fees as soon as we've completed the downtown and Golden State specific plans?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that we can definitely do that. That's kind of the plan.
All right.
Great.
Is that it, Councilmember Anthony? Any other council members wish to bring up an agenda item? Seeing none? Wow, this group is the first time. Only one agenda item. You're off the hook light this evening there, Mr. City Manager.
We have plenty to do.
Okay. We now adjourn to Tuesday, September the 14th, 2021 for a regular meeting. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following three ways: by leaving an e-comment on the city's webpage, burbankca.gov/comments, by emailing the city council directly at citycouncil@burbankca.gov, or by calling in directly to the council meeting at 818-238-3335. Council members, city staff, community members, good night.